How are we doing on quorum?
We have 3 to go.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay. So let's start the meeting. Welcome everybody to the September full board meeting of Community Board 8. Before we get into the public session, I just want to remind everybody that in order to speak during the public session, you have to sign up online through the same sign-up sheet that you would have used to join the meeting. So if you do want to speak in the public session and you haven't signed up online, please do so. You have until 6:45. And I will turn it over to Will to go through the rest of the process here for the public session.
Thanks, Russell. Well, welcome everyone. If you are joining us for one of the first times, you'll notice that everyone is muted. You're going to stay muted throughout the duration of the meeting, except for if you've signed up for the public session and you would like, and your name has been called. And so once the chair, Russell Squire, calls your name during the public session, we ask that you help us out by raising your hand only at that time, so that we can find you and we can unmute you at that time. The names will be called by Russell, so raising your hand does not jump the order. So if you're calling in from the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand, and then *6 to unmute whenever you're called upon. If you're doing it from Zoom, you're going to look for the reactions icon at the bottom of your screen and press the raise hand button. You only press it once. If you press it a second time, your hand will go back down. If you're having any problems, you can use the chat to find me to get technical support. It is not to make comments or ask questions. Those will never be seen by anybody else. If you're using an older version of Zoom, you'll go to the participant section where you'll find the raise hand feature there. And we just encourage you not to raise your actual hand or wave at us because there's a lot of people in the room and we may miss you. So as we go through, you'll have 2 minutes after you're called on to speak during the public session. You'll notice a timer on the screen and you'll hear a beeping once we hit 2 minutes, and you'll know that you've exceeded your time limit. So with that, I'll hand it over to Russell. I'll stop sharing my screen and get the timer up for the public session.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start with Matt Bauer.
Matt, go ahead and unmute.
All right, so good evening, everyone. I'm Matt Bauer. I'm the director of the Madison Avenue Business Improvement District. And I just want to give you a quick update. We are right now in the first couple of weeks of Madison Avenue Men's Style Month. We actually launched it on Saturday. We had a lovely concourse event on 72nd Street. Appreciate the Street Fairs Committee and their reviewing the event. And of course, the Small Business Committee, who was there that day and took a look at what was going on, and we're very pleased to have them there. And I also want to mention that that Mayor, I don't do show and tell in public session, but Mayor Adams has proclaimed September 17th to October 16th, Madison Avenue Men's Style Month in the city of New York. So we're very pleased about that, and you can see the rest of the events that are happening throughout the month. We actually have free walking tours of the stores. We'll have a evening shopping night on the 17th. We'll be doing a style panel with Fashion Group International, and you can find all that information on Madison Avenue mensstyle.com, which is the website for the event. You know, there's a lot of visitors here, the UN General Assembly. And I do want to mention that 3 of the top 4 hotels in New York City that were listed in Travel and Leisure's top hotels were here on Madison Avenue. So we're very thrilled about that, the Lowell, Carlisle, and the Mark. So very excited to support them And I should just say we have one new, very recent store opening, Dr. Sturm, skincare salon boutique at 1006 Madison Avenue. So once again, thanks so much for all your support, Community Board 8. Wish you all a great night.
Thank you very much. Let's go next to Phoebe Dudley, please.
Phoebe, go ahead. Just look for a button to confirm unmuting on your screen.
Thank you, Will. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you again. And to those who I have not met, my name is Phoebe Dudley, Senior Manager of Community Engagement at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. First, I'd like to thank CB8 for your help in promoting last week's Mammograms 101 webinar with Council Member Julie Menon, the American Italian Cancer Foundation and their Mammo Bus team, and Stanley Isaacs. We're proud to offer cancer education and outreach in the community. MSK is also glad to support the recent resolution regarding council district lines by joining with you in writing to the Districting Commission. Tonight, I'm here to share that MSK has opened discussions with the Department of City Planning for a ULURP application for a new state-of-the-art cancer care pavilion on our main campus. The pavilion is part of a 20-year plan beginning with the Zuckerman Research Center to help ensure greater access to cancer care and meet the health needs of New Yorkers and cancer patients around the world. The CDC estimates cancer incidences will increase by 50% by the year 2050 as a result of a growing and aging population. These patients likely will have more acute needs and require more complex care. At the same time, the incidence of several cancers has been steadily rising in the younger population, namely colon, gastric, and breast cancers. It is vitally important that MSK takes steps now to meet the evolving cancer care needs of the future. The pavilion will replace MSK staff and office buildings between East 66th and 67th Streets on York Avenue with a connecting bridge at East 67th Street to our current Memorial Hospital. The pavilion will be devoted to patient care and will house advanced technology current MSK facilities cannot accommodate, including cutting-edge robotics, improved digital infrastructure, 28 enhanced operating procedure suites, and 200 inpatient beds. Plans are currently being drawn that we hope to share with you. And we look forward to working with members of the community board to share more about our work, the program, and the building design.
Thank you. And that discussion will be taking place in the Zoning and Development Committee, so stay tuned for that. Next, let's go to Judy Birdie.
Good afternoon. As a resident of Roosevelt Island, one of the last places on earth that is still using MetroCard only on the tramway and does not have Omni, this is causing great distress, especially amongst our visitors who cannot realize that they have to buy a round trip MetroCard, and they stand online for a long time to buy a MetroCard, and our 2 MetroCard machines at the Roosevelt Island tram station are constantly out of service, or they will only take single dollar bills, or they will only take coins. We are in constant touch with the MTA and sending people out here to repair them. The situation is really dire, and there's no reason that Roosevelt Island has been left out of Omni the same way we were left out of MetroCard years ago. And I want the community board and all our politicians to please push the Roosevelt Island Operating Corporation and New York Transit and MTA to please install Omni attachments on our turnstiles so that everyone can get on and off the island with the least amount of encumbrances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Talia Mann.
Talia, look for a button to unmute. And I'll just remind everybody, if you have signed up to speak in the public session, we ask you to raise your hand after you've been called on, not in advance of that. You're just getting in everyone else's way. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I wanted to contact you guys regarding the new restaurant Rocco's on 2nd Avenue. My building touches the back of their building, and they've installed huge machinery a few inches from my bedroom window. So I want to make sure that when this restaurant opens, that the machinery is within the legal noise limit and vibrating. So I would really like, to make sure that they turn on this machinery prior to opening to make sure that this noise isn't, is within the legal limits, because the previous tenant, the space has been vacant for several years, but the previous tenant, I had a lot of problems with the noise, and luckily they went out of business. But with this new restaurant opening and having these huge machines a few inches from my children's and my bedroom, it gives me great pause for concern. So I want to make sure that I can work with the restaurateur to ensure that the noise is within the legal limits.
Thank you. We can have the board office follow up with you and just make sure that you were able to get in touch with them and work that out with Rocco's. Next, let's go. So there are a lot of people here to speak about two items that we have coming up. That's the transportation resolution related to bike lanes and the congestion pricing task force resolution related to congestion pricing. So before we start to get to folks who are speaking on those issues, what I'm going to do is give folks an opportunity to essentially do the equivalent, the digital equivalent of if we were in person, sort of show of hands to show how many people are on which side. And the idea being that I would encourage folks not to, since we do have a lot of speakers on both those issues, if somebody who speaks before you on the issue makes the points that you're planning to make, I would encourage you not to necessarily speak to repeat what they've said and consider letting it go. But I want to make sure that we give folks the opportunity to sort of show who's shown up and, in support of which position, so that your presence will be felt even if, you ultimately decide that it's not necessary for you to speak. So let's start with the transportation resolution about bike lanes. And we're going to use the reaction buttons that you have. If you go to the reactions button, you can see there's a green checkbox and a red X. So everybody who is here to support the resolution from the public, board members, please don't weigh in here. But if you're a member of the public and you're here to support the transportation resolution, please click the green checkbox. And if you're here to oppose the resolution, please click the red X. And board members, you can look in the participants list and get a sense of what the sort of breakdown is. Okay, thank you. And next, let's do the congestion pricing resolution. So, Will, is it possible to clear all the reactions here? So for this one, if you are supporting the resolution, which means that you're opposed to congestion pricing, use the green checkbox. And if you're a member of the public who's opposed to the resolution, meaning that you support congestion pricing, use the red X, please. Okay, thank you. So again, if now that we've had a chance to do that, again, I would encourage folks not to speak if what you say is going to be repetitive of something else that somebody else has said. So with that, let's continue, and we will go next to Pamela Lipkin, please.
Pam, if you're here, just find the reactions icon and hit the raise hand button. I see a Pam iPhone, and it may be you, but I don't want to just unmute somebody random.
And after Pam will be Stephanie Reckler. So maybe we go to Stephanie.
Okay. And look for the reactions icon on your screen. Find the raise hand button when your name is called on. That'd be helpful. Stephanie, go ahead. You can hit unmute.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I live on East 78th Street, and I am sympathetic with the 5 doctors who have their offices on the street. They do surgery and have handicapped patients who need to be dropped off at their front door. Dr. Warren, I don't know if he's here tonight, spoke very eloquently at the transportation meeting. His practice involves handicapped children. They are being impacted by the privileged, healthy children who play on the street, who could play in the new state-of-the-art rooftop gym, or could go to Central Park. How ironic is this and unfair that that privileged children are impacting handicapped, sick children? And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Peter Chawla. We can't hear you. It seems like you're muted or your mic may be off.
I have double mute, sorry, from my headphones. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I actually want to speak on both the bike lanes and the congestion pricing in this brief time. I just wanted to fully support the bike lane resolution that the Transportation Committee has passed. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to come speak at the Transportation Committee hearing. But I have 2 kids frequently going up to Central Park. I live off 2nd Avenue, and it's dangerous every time we go. The painted bike lane we have that is not protected on 90th and 91st is almost, I have never gone through that bike lane and had it not blocked by cars parked illegally, or trucks or vans or other people parked illegally. And it's very dangerous for kids in the neighborhood to go to.
Peter, you muted yourself again.
Sorry. So I just wanted to fully support the resolution from the Transportation Committee. We really do need protected bike lanes, fully east-west bike lanes across the city, so that people can get to their destination safely. And we can help reduce the number of vehicle miles traveled in the city by cars, which is also why I wanted to oppose the way you have the committee has address the congestion pricing issue. We have really drastic congestion, as everybody knows this week from the UN General Assembly. We also have air pollution problems in the city and skyrocketing asthma rates. We need to reduce the number of vehicles on the streets and the number of vehicle miles traveled. Congestion pricing is one of the best ways to do that. I lived in London. It was very effective there. And I really would encourage the CBA to welcome congestion pricing to New York City, and perhaps even to suggest expanding it further north so that our neighborhood can benefit even more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Frances Holly Clark.
If you're here, Frances, please use the reaction to raise your virtual hand.
And if she is not here, let's go to Deborah and Yakov Kersner, please.
All right, I see Deborah. Go ahead, Deborah, you can unmute.
Sorry, do I need to raise my hand? Okay, thank you so much for letting me talk tonight. I'd like to introduce you to my daughter, Nina. She's one of the reasons that I'd like to come out and support of bike lanes tonight. She bikes to her school on the Upper East Side. And I think there's 3 primary reasons that we need better bikes infrastructure. The first is safety. And when I talk about safety, it's both for bikers like my daughter, Nina, but also for pedestrians. The DOT recently came out with a study that looked at how does bike infrastructure impact pedestrian safety, and the numbers are staggering. You can see when protected bike lanes are put in, leading pedestrian intervals, the curb extensions, you see a reduction in injuries by 10 to 20%, and in serious injuries and death by 30 to 44%. So we see that bike lane infrastructure helps by slowing down cars and making roads less difficult to travel across. And I think that's a really key point. It's not bikers versus pedestrians versus cars, but these bike infrastructure measures help pedestrians as well. I also just wanted to talk about the fact that it helps in transit and getting from place to place, and also makes the environment just a nicer place to be. When you make the pedestrian islands, you can put trees and planting there. And I just wanted to give a quick example. Recently, my family biked down to Washington Square Park, completely in protected bike infrastructure on 7th, on Broadway, on 5th. And we made that whole 6-mile journey safely in protected infrastructure. In contrast, we can't even go 1 block east from Central Park in any safe infrastructure. The Upper East Side is like a dead zone in terms of safe infrastructure. So there's so much we can accomplish when safe infrastructure is there. So I support this resolution, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Mr. and Mrs. Marzoff.
If you're here, I don't see your name.
And after that will be Daniel Hange.
So
And
I
I
would just
apologize if I have mispronounced anybody's name in advance.
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Marzoff, if you are here, please use a reaction or the chat to let us know you're here. Otherwise, I'm going to look for Daniel, and if you can raise your hand, Daniel. Okay, I think I see. Carol, are you Mr. or Mrs. Marzoff? We can't actually hear you. You also have double mutes.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, so I use my maiden name on the screen. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I speak today as a cyclist. I live in Central Harlem, but I work in Midtown East, so I go through the area daily. I'm a mother of 3, and we go around the city on bike. And I just want to mention that I fully support the resolution that has been presented by the Transportation Committee regarding bike lanes, and I also support implementation of congestion pricing. Regarding specifically bike lanes in the area, here are some of the urgent issues that I would like to bring to the attention of the board. First, there's the issue of the long overdue bike lane on 5th Avenue, which should be really implemented ASAP, and it should be bi-directional. Second, there's an urgent need for an east-west protected bike lane. There is none at this point from 59th Street through 96th Street. And I need to recall here that pain is absolutely no protection, and the death of Colleen Motte has been a reminder again. Third, we urgently need an uninterrupted East River Greenway that serves as a credible bidirectional transportation route for all types of cyclists, while also guaranteeing pedestrian safety. Fourth, we urgently need to open the south lane of the Queensboro Bridge to pedestrian traffic, and to dedicate the north lane to cyclists only, as per the previous commitment of the DOT. The current situation is extremely hazardous. Bikers and pedestrians across that bridge. We also have strollers involved. This is very dangerous. We also need a civilian complaint mechanism, and I know this is beyond the scope of the board, but I want to invite all board members, all committee council members to join the efforts from their colleagues Lincoln Rester in adopting a civilian complaint mechanism to ensure that traffic laws are actually enforced. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next, Daniel Hange, if you're here. If not, we're going to go to Laura Pereno.
I believe the person who has their hand up named Aura raised their hand whenever you called on Daniel. So let's see if that is Daniel. You can unmute if you are. And sorry, who is after that, Russell?
Laura Pereno.
Okay, Laura, we'll move to you. Go ahead and look for an unmute button.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time today. I'm calling in support of protected bike lanes, both as a grandmother and an employee of Mount Sinai. I live on the Upper West Side and I work on the Upper East Side. And I would like to commute by bike, and I find it very unsafe. I think there are a lot of women that I work with and men who feel the same. Our options are really limited and involve both the train and the bus. I'm sure the board is aware of the many studies that look at the benefits of commuting by bike, which include benefits of improved physical health, mental health, improved employee retention, and improved productivity while at work. And Mount Sinai is New York City's largest employer. So, and that is where many of our staff report to in the morning. And if we have these protected bike lanes, we can advocate for things like city bike memberships and so on. So, and as a grandmother, I have a 5-year-old grandson who I would like to take into the park and over to the Upper East Side to see many friends and attractions there. And I find it completely unsafe. You could imagine trying to take a 5-year-old on a bicycle through these city streets without any barriers and any real lane with traffic swerving into us. So I hope you consider the protected bike lanes from both of these perspectives. It'll reduce congestion, improve air quality, and I think the quality of life for many employees who work in your neighborhood. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Oliver New.
Oliver, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Oliver. I cycle around Central Park and all along the Upper East Side. And quite frankly, I find it extremely frightening. And I think Will's going to drop a photo into the chat that me and a few other people who bike around the neighborhood put together. Please take a look at it, because I think it really demonstrates why it's so frightening to bike on the Upper East Side. So on the Upper East Side, we basically have 4 protected bike lanes. There's 1st Avenue, 2nd Avenue, 61st, and 62nd Street. That means that there is so little infrastructure and almost zero cohesion. If somebody is leaving Central Park from 72nd, from the kind of bike lane on 72nd in Central Park, and they're going to the Upper East Side, like once they get dumped onto 5th Avenue, there is absolutely nowhere for them to go. The same applies to 102nd. And even if you consider the painted bike lanes as bike infrastructure, which honestly they're really not, because half the time they're mostly parking lots for cars or trucks, still, there's no way that a biker can get from 72nd to 70th or 71st. Secondly, without infrastructure, there's just simply no separation between bikes, cars, and people. So, there's a reason why we raise sidewalks, right? It's to separate pedestrians from cars, which are inherently dangerous, and we wouldn't accept a world where everybody's on the same playing field. But when we're thinking about bikes, a bike weighs maybe 25 pounds, and then the person weighs maybe 150 pounds. In comparison to a 2, 4, 6 ton car, that's just not safe. Paint isn't going to do anything when a car is running behind you, running beside you. It's not going to be helpful. So that's why I support this resolution. Bike lanes, protected bike lanes, are desperately needed every 10 blocks. And I think, it'd be really beneficial if you took a look at just what the current state of the infrastructure on their Upper East Side looks like. And I highly encourage every member to support this resolution.
Thanks. Let's go next to Samir Lavingia, please.
Unmute. All right, there we go. All right, hopefully you can hear me. My name is Samir. I am a frequent visitor of the Upper East Side. I'm actually walking through Central Park right now. Gorgeous place to be, right in your backyard. I'm often in Central Park or in the Upper East Side, and I walk on 5th Avenue a lot, or I take the bus down 5th Avenue, and occasionally I'll see tourists or people who live here riding a bike down 5th Avenue, and in my head I'm just like screaming, like, what are you doing? It's so dangerous. It's so unprotected. There's, I think it's 2 bus lanes and a ton of cars going really fast, and there's just no good place for these bikes to go. So where do they go? They go in the street, which is where they're legally supposed to go, right? Because if they go on the sidewalk, they get yelled at. If they go on the street, they're taking their lives into their own hands. It's like kind of an unfair position to put them in. So I'm a huge supporter of this resolution, specifically because of Fifth Avenue, which I believe needs so much more love for bicyclists. Also, as Oliver said, you know, like when you exit the park, getting to the east side from the park, there's just no real protection there. So that's why I fully support this resolution, and I encourage everyone to vote in favor of it. On the congestion pricing side, I sympathize with a lot of the comments in the resolution. I actually just read it. I wish that the community board took a more yes and stance. Congestion pricing is going to happen. It was passed by the Assembly and the Senate and signed into law by the governor. And I wish that instead of saying, no, we don't want this, the community board accepted it is going to happen and work towards fixing these problems such as parking using ideas like parking permits or something like that to mitigate the issues instead of just, you know, kind of throwing your hands up and walking away. So thank you so much. I support the bike resolution, and I do not support the congestion pricing resolution because congestion pricing is desperately needed as soon as possible.
Let's go next to F. Castillo, please.
If you were here, I would just ask you to raise your hand because I do not see you in the participants list, or chat us so that we know you're here. Whoever F. Castillo is.
And if they're not here, we're going to go to Barack Friedman.
Okay, Barack, go ahead. We cannot hear you if you. There you go. Try it again. Brock, we cannot hear you. I'm sorry. No.
No. Now you're muted.
Now try that again one more time, Brock.
Let's just, yeah, we're going to unmute you.
You're muted right now, Barack. So you have to.
You're getting it. Yeah, you should be getting a prompt to unmute yourself.
Yep. Oh.
We still don't hear there's a problem with your mic.
Try to leave, come back. We'll call on you again.
In the meantime, we're going to go to Leah Kander.
Leah, if you're here, just ask you to raise your hand because I'm not seeing you in the chat or in the list.
And after Leah is going to be Nick Ross.
All right, Nick, I see you. Go ahead and unmute. All right, Nick, you're unmuted. Just start speaking.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to speak tonight to strongly support the resolution concerning protected bike lanes. My girlfriend, Carly Mott, was killed in July due to a lack of protected bike lanes. She was on her way to work on a beautiful day, as many other New Yorkers do, and she loved the city, loved this neighborhood, loved life. And the sad thing is the tragedy of her death is not an outlier in our city. It doesn't matter how safe of a biker you are or how cautious you are. There is just simply no way to bike safely east to west in our neighborhood. And I have stories, as I'm sure many others do, of near misses with cars and traffic. I've had them going to and from my office on the west side, you know, almost being clipped by cars, extremely narrow, impassable streets due to trucks, double parked vehicles. You know, these kinds of accidents could happen to anyone any day, and it doesn't need to be that way. It makes things, adding protected bike lanes, as others have mentioned, makes it safer for everyone, bikers and pedestrians as well, if we can keep them separated. It makes it easier to walk on sidewalks because bikes aren't having to swerve out of lanes, and makes it safer for the bikers as well. I've lived in this neighborhood for 5 years now, and I plan to live here for many years to come. And I hope that one day I could have a family, raise my kids here. But as I sit here today, I couldn't imagine a world in which I'd ever let my kids bike on these streets without protected lanes. And it doesn't need to be that way. So I speak again in support of the resolution. I thank the Transportation Committee for their work at the previous session, and I appreciate the community board's attention to this matter. And I hope that we can make our neighborhoods safer and prevent any more tragedies. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Let's go next to Andrew Rosenthal.
Andy, go ahead and hit unmute.
Thank you for allowing us to speak and finally bringing this issue to the full committee. Nick, I'm sorry for your loss. I've been working on this issue for many years, as many people in the Transportation Committee know. Carly Mott was killed because of the inaction of this community board. I hope every member of this committee has watched the horrible video of this preventable death and imagine how they would feel if it was one of their loved ones. Those at home, go to your refrigerator and put some ketchup on your hands because you have blood on them. Crosstown cycling is dangerous because there are no protected lanes. City Council District 4, which includes the Upper East Side, is the second most dangerous district for people biking over the last 2 full years, with 455 cyclist injuries, including 3 fatalities. Bikes rarely kill people. Cars and trucks do multiple times every week on average in this city. Protected bike lanes, as we've heard, reduce pedestrian injuries as well as protecting bicyclists. Voting against this proposal will not fix the problem of reckless e-bikes and scooters, which I fully acknowledge needs addressing, but will mean that another family will suffer needlessly like Carly Mott's family. Please don't make this mistake again. Please vote yes. Carly Mott is dead because of the inaction and opposition of this community board since 2016. Thank you.
Let's go next to Judy Bergstresser.
Judy, if you're here, please use the reactions icon to raise your hand. I do not see you here.
And then after Judy, we'll go to Suraj Patel, please.
All right, since I'm not seeing Judy or nobody's raised their hand, let's go to Suraj. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, all. Thank you for opening this up to the floor. My name is Suraj Patel. I am a resident here in Manhattan. I bike very, very often, and I'm a pedestrian very, very often in this community board space. And this is a personal issue to me, both because it affects me, my team, my family, and dear friends. And Jim and Janice Mott have become dear friends after the loss of their daughter, Carly Mott, due to the lack of a bike lane. So I'm here to speak on behalf of both bike lanes and for congestion pricing, so against the resolution. We talk a lot about public safety nowadays in New York City. You see it in every single newspaper and news story, but you'd be surprised to know that pedestrian fatalities are the #1 cause of death for New Yorkers under the age of 14. This is the second most dangerous council district in New York City for biking. And the reason is because there are no crosstown bike lanes, as that map shows. And it's incredibly dangerous for people. It's incredibly dangerous for pedestrians. This is not an either or issue. Vision Zero is predicated on reducing traffic and increasing bike infrastructure that protects walking pedestrians. Right across the river in Hoboken, which has a similar density to the Upper East Side, residentially and streetwise, there has not been a single traffic fatality since 2017. It's an incredible accomplishment, and it is done through a variety of mechanisms like bike lanes, protected bike lanes, and speed cameras and low speed limits. And in this case, I think to the point, congestion pricing, contrary to arguments, they're not an economy killer. Barcelona, Paris, Rome, London have seen massive drops in traffic deaths and increases in street commerce simultaneously by pedestrianizing, and this is the first step to it. So I'm speaking on behalf of both things. I encourage you to vote for bike lanes.
Thank you. Next is Michelle. And if you could state your last name as well before you speak, please.
And Michelle, just raise your virtual hand by going to the reactions icon at the bottom of your screen so we can see you, or chatting me through the chat. I do not see another Michelle here.
Okay, let's go to Liam Jeffries.
Liam, go ahead and click unmute.
I am unmuted. Okay, so so my comments are two-pronged tonight. First off, as with many of the people tonight, I am for and strongly encourage the board to vote in favor of the bike lane resolution from the Transportation Committee. I was personally thrilled when I heard that passed almost unanimously from the committee. I think this is something that is long overdue. Because as the other speakers have pointed out, Carly Mott is not the only instance here, of a fatality due to bad infrastructure. The one that sticks to my mind is the Baldor crash on several months ago on 60th Street and 2nd Avenue, 61st Street and 2nd Avenue, actually, which is literally right outside my building, which involved a box truck going onto the sidewalk and killing a driver of a box truck, I should say, killing a delivery cyclist and a pedestrian who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So this is long overdue. And in terms of congestion pricing, I was not aware that there was a resolution on this, but I have got my hands on it. And honestly, I can't help but laugh at some of these points because they're so like misguided and so just far from the truth. I'm looking at a couple of these now. So for example, to quote the resolution, whereas traffic congestion has many causes, including the reduction of the number of lanes available to truck and passenger cars on avenues due to the creation of bus lanes, pedestrian plazas, bike lanes, and so on. Double parking does contribute to it, but it is a myth, and it is an untrue assertion that if you take away lane space from avenues and streets, that results in more congestion, and that has been proven so many times over that it's honestly astonishing to me that that's still something that gets thrown around as fact. And as well as the resolutions at the very end that it's unfair for car drivers to not be penalized. That's the point of congestion pricing. You're not supposed to encourage people to not drive in Manhattan because of how congested Manhattan is. So that's
thank you. Let's go next to Chris Russell, please.
Go ahead and hit unmute, Chris. There you go.
Thank you all. I'm calling to you all today as a father of a 7-month-old who I couldn't enjoy more, and I want to come out strongly in support of the protected bike lanes. As someone who lives in the Upper East Side on 72nd Street itself, which is one of the proposals, I just think about my 7-month-old, and when I look into his eyes and think about what he could become and his hopes and his dreams. And then when I read the story about Carly Mott and her dreams becoming, working at Nickelodeon and being able to accomplish that, and then in an instant snuffed out from something that was completely preventable, that was proposed many years in a row, consecutively. This is unacceptable. We need accountability. Parents should not be burying their children. And the one thing that we need to accept about Carly Mott is this was not an accident. Accidents are things that we can't prevent from happening. This can be prevented. We got to do something. Like, we have to wake up. Why are we prioritizing, private cars, things that the majority of New Yorkers don't even use, that make us less safe? I want my son to feel safe biking to Central Park on 72nd. I want everyone here who has kids or who themselves just want to cycle and be free. I cycle myself on a cargo bike to enjoy with my family. So thank you, committee, for hearing this, but I just wanted to share that perspective. And I'm hoping that you consider strongly to put in protected bike lanes.
Thank you. Next is Thomas Rizzo.
Go ahead, Thomas. You can hit unmute.
Hi, I'm here. I'm a friend and colleague of Carly Mott. She was a wonderful and beautiful person that we were all lucky to have as a neighbor. And she was taken from us. You've already heard from Nick Ross tonight. We miss her dearly, and this was absolutely, completely avoidable. And I just listened to Chris Russell talk about his baby that worried about when he grows up. I have a daughter. I have a 9-year-old, and she can very proudly ride a bike now. We're just terrified of doing so. So just want to say that this is not a complicated issue. We can fix this. We must fix this soon and never let something like this happen again. I strongly support the resolution for protected bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for your loss. Next is Eric Marzolf, if he is on, and if not, we're going to go to John Smith.
I don't see either of those names in our participants list. So if you are one of the two of them, please go to the reactions icon and hit the raise hand button or shoot me a message in the chat.
In the meantime, we're going to go to Carl Mahaney.
Carl, thank you. Go ahead and hit unmute. And let me reset the call.
Great, thank you. I want to speak in strong support of the protected bike lane resolution. I travel daily by bike with my son from our home in Morningside Heights to his school on the Upper East Side. I'm also the director of Streetopia Upper West Side. We're an advocacy initiative over here on the west side of Central Park, working to make public spaces of the city more accessible, equitable, inclusive, and joyful. In other words, more livable. And one basic aspect of a livable city is mobility, the freedom to get where you're going safely, comfortably, and conveniently. For many people we work with, people of all ages and backgrounds, their preferred mobility choice is a bicycle. For many more, it would be if there were safe, accessible networks they could access from their home to get to school or to work or to the store or the park. Right now, there are no protected crosstown bike lanes on the east side or the west side, much less a connected network, leaving thousands of Upper East and Upper West Siders to make their own way on hostile, dangerous, and as we've heard tonight, too often deadly streets. This also prevents thousands more from getting on a bike in the first place. This resolution is an important acknowledgement that the status quo is inequitable and unsustainable. And tonight you can lead and be a model for other neighborhoods and other community boards throughout the city, including CB7 in my turf over here on the west side. I commend the Transportation Committee for passing this resolution, and I urge the full board to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hindi Schachter.
Indy, just hit the unmute button. There you go.
Okay, unmuted. I've been living in this neighborhood for over 50 years. I have been speaking at CB8 meetings at least since 2015. And in 2016, like many others, I urged the CB8 to be in favor of protected crosstown bike lanes, including on East 85th Street, where Colin Mott was killed. Up until now, we have gotten at best piecemeal answers from CB8. Maybe a bike lane here, maybe there, but not the coordinated neighborhood-wide grid of protected bike lanes that we need crosstown from river to river and on Fifth Avenue. We have seen the deaths and then the reaction for particular streets. Madison Leiden, Central Park West, a bike lane there, and now calling Mott, perhaps a bike lane on 85th. No, the piecemeal approach kills. What we need is a grid approach, a community approach. CB8 lost the ball in 2016. Had they voted differently, a lot of people wouldn't be here tonight. But You have a chance now to move in the right direction. And I hope that the board will move in that direction. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm just going to refer everybody to the Transportation Committee, the video of the Transportation Committee meeting and what Craig said about what happened in 2016 for the full picture of what actually happened back then. And next, we're going to go to Trevor Sheed.
Trevor, you can just hit the unmute button.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. My name is Trevor Shade. I'm in support of the Protected Bike Lane Network that connects East River and the Hudson River and the protected bike lanes around the park, especially Fifth Avenue. The reason I feel this way is I'm an avid bike rider, but also my wife is a teacher in the Upper East Side, and her preferred way to commute and most enjoyable way to commute for herself is to bike across town from our home in the Upper West Side. Her school is in the 60s, and each day she takes several safety risks by biking alongside traffic on Fifth Avenue and other streets in the 60s that do not have protected bike lanes. So I ask you to please vote in favor of having the Department of Transportation add bike lanes every 10 blocks and around the park to keep people who are walking, biking, and scooting to work safe, and so that we don't have another tragedy on our hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Devin Gould.
Devin, go ahead and unmute.
Hi. Hi, my name is Devin. I was a public member of the Transportation Committee when we passed the resolution in favor of protected lanes in 2015. And, you know, it's with a heavy heart that the Department of Transportation didn't implement that resolution fully and implement crosstown protected bike lanes. Because as everyone said, this is a preventable tragedy that happened, and one that happens too regularly on our city streets. And really my sincerest condolences to Carly Mott, family, her boyfriend, and her friends who have to be here tonight. Know that this really was preventable. And there were some of us, many of us who are here tonight, who spoke in favor of crosstown bike lanes then, and we're here to do it again because it really does make everyone safer. You know, I don't need to, it's not just me saying that. Our city council member, Julie Menon, when she ran for office, on her campaign website, she talked about how, and I'm going to quote, the next step in the fight for street safety and equity includes dramatically expanding the city's protected bike lane network. Studies show that protected bike lanes make streets safer, not just for the city's booming number of cyclists, but for drivers and pedestrians as well. So that's our elected representative. Our community board is already on the record twice in favor of crosstown bike lanes. And I would really strongly encourage this community board to go on the record yet again in favor of a full protected bike lane network in our neighborhood. I would also like to say that I'm against the resolution on congestion pricing. Congestion pricing will be implemented, and it will make our city safer, our environment cleaner, our streets less congested, and that's something that everyone on this community board should embrace. So with that, thank you so much for having us here tonight.
Thank you. Next is Cheryl Brady, please.
Cheryl, just go ahead and click the unmute button. I do see you. Cheryl Brady, just look for an unmute button on your screen. There you are, you found it.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk tonight. My name is Cheryl Brady, and my daughter Megan was Carling Mott's roommate. I want to urge you to consider approving the proposal for protected bike lanes so more people are not injured or killed as they try to navigate the streets in their neighborhoods. If this had been done in 2016, Carling would still be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for your loss. Let's go next to Roy Goldstein, please.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, board members and fellow New Yorkers. My name is Roy Goldstein. I am a resident of East 60th Street. I am seeking signatures for my petition to the city to install a streetlight at the northeast corner of 60th Street and 2nd Avenue, diagonal to the tram. This corner is extremely dark, and passengers are forced to wait in the dark for the Q60 bus to Queens. The city has previously rejected my request for a light, stating that there was adequate illumination. If you stand on that corner, it is extremely dark, and crime can be prevented. Some crime probably could be prevented if a light was installed. I currently have 120 signatures. I need 200 to present to the Commissioner of Transportation. I would hope that everyone that's listening to me now would be part of my Let There Be Light campaign and sign my petition. The signing of the petition, simply go to thechange.org, click on the search button and choose and type street light for northeast corner of East 60th Street. Again, street light for northeast corner of East 60th Street. And this may help with some of the other issues that I've been talking about, that you've been talking about tonight regarding the bike lanes. More lights would be a positive issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Maria Danzillo, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is I'm a West Sider. I've lived on the West Side for 42 years, and I'm speaking against the congestion pricing proposal and in favor of your resolution. I'm testifying because of my grave concerns about the impact congestion pricing is going to have on residential neighborhoods like the Upper West Side and the Upper East Side, as well as our neighbors in Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Queens. Moving congestion to other neighborhoods is not a solution and will not address the environmental concerns. In my neighborhood, the Upper West Side, idling vehicles, delivery trucks, and the twice-a-week alternate side car shuffle creates dangerous conditions in our neighborhood, and I cannot imagine the mayhem that is going to ensue from the congestion moved to our neighborhood and neighborhoods near transit hubs in the Bronx, Queens, and Brooklyn. In some areas of the Bronx and Brooklyn, already high asthma rates are going to be exacerbated by this plan. I understand that some neighborhoods in the zone are suffering from congestion like Hell's Kitchen near the Lincoln Tunnel, and I think the city can be doing much more to ease congestion that is not a regressive tax like this one. For example, we could have a permit parking program to bring in revenues, enforce traffic laws and fare beaters, which alone would bring in $500 million a year in revenues, plus perhaps consider a small toll on our bridges instead of congestion pricing. I think this regressive tax is going to hurt hardworking New Yorkers, our neighbors commuting in from other districts, small businesses, and people with limited financial resources. More taxes are not going to help Manhattan recover economically and will hurt neighborhoods outside the congestion zone, like the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side the most. We need to find ways to incentivize people to transition to electric vehicles as the main focus. Thank you for your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Ali Fadel, please.
Ali, go ahead.
Good evening. I am Ali Fadil. I help run the Express Bus Advocacy Group, which is an advocacy group focused on express bus service in our transit deserts. And I wanted to speak at this meeting to give an outer borough perspective on congestion pricing. The MTA is getting 24/7 congestion pricing, yet in 2019 and up to now, they are trying to eliminate express bus service between the outer boroughs in Manhattan, including express bus routes which run between CB8 and the Bronx and CB8 and Queens. And they're cutting service and they want to remove bus stops, which hurt the elderly and people with disabilities. In the Bloomberg plan for congestion pricing, that plan only charged a fee weekdays 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And there was many transit improvements between the outer boroughs and Manhattan proposed, including restoring service and keeping routes like the Upper East Side's X90 intact. Now we've lost the X90 on the Upper East Side, and now we have to fight to keep what we have rather than trying to get service improvements. And New York City fully subsidizes the operating cost of many of these express bus routes and is removing parking. So you cannot remove parking and push people out of their cars while cutting service in parts of New York City where there's limited or no subway access. And it makes me really wonder whether congestion pricing is a good faith, the current congestion pricing plan is a good faith attempt to improve transit, or is this really an attempt to turn Manhattan into a gated community where people from the outer boroughs aren't welcome? And thank you again for having me tonight. Have a great evening.
You too. Let's go next to Andrew Fine.
Hi, Russell and Community Board 8. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. First, I'd just like to say the condolences from everybody here, the Mott family. Sorry, I'm echoing now, but I think it's a no-brainer. Everybody supports protected bike lanes. I don't see how anybody could actually oppose that. In terms of the congestion pricing tax, the boondoggle from the MTA, this is something that I'm glad the community board recognized and voted to oppose. It disproportionately hurts families, the elderly, the disabled, the sick, the poor, the middle class. It's anti-family, it's ableist, and frankly, it's elitist. The only people this really helps is the ultra rich, to whom money is no object, and to the placard politicians that ride around on our dime. Both groups apparently cannot be troubled by the poor's getting in their way on the surface. I wish I had like 10 minutes on this, Russell, I gotta tell you. Bottom line is the MTA is not to be trusted with finances in general. They've been completely irresponsible. They've run multi-billion-dollar deficits year after year. They're looking for $1 billion a year out of people that are honest tax-paying citizens, the people that have license plates, that register their cars, the people that do not jump the turnstiles. If they want $1 billion a year, simply, it's right there. It's at the fare box. That's $500 million a year. It's in the back of the bus where they're losing $200 to $250 million a year with people jumping in there. And it's in the paper plates, the fake plates, and the reflective plates at the toll booth on bridges and tunnels. Reality is they can't be trusted. The community board should listen to the community, just like those who testified and waited for hours to testify, 78% against in the MTA hearings. Thank you very much. I wish I had 5 hours to do this.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Elaine Walsh, please.
Yes, this is Elaine Walsh. I'm president of the East 86th Street Residents and Merchants Association. I am testifying today on behalf of our association that represents the community from East 80th Street up to 90th Street, park to park. We are opposed to the congestion pricing. We took this position when it first started with Bloomberg, and we had community meetings with 500 plus people. The regressiveness of congestion pricing is in your face. Right now, we are charged $3.50 extra to get in a cab. We have no idea what happened to that money. The MTA has not committed to, nor the state or governor, as to who will monitor and control the black box, as we call it. There is no reason for the congestion pricing. It bans people who live here from being able to go into other parts of the community. Think about the word banned and what had happened in 1940s. The bicyclists, the motorcyclists, etc., are not going to be charged. They should be. They need to be licensed, and they need to also pay for this. This congestion pricing is regressive, has no accountability, and it hurts New Yorkers. I was born and raised here, and many in our neighborhood in Yorkville were born and raised. We do not have the resources. And if we need to go south of 60th Street, you're going to charge. This is unfair. It's an unfair tax. We have a personal income tax. I suggest the legislature go back and look at a commuter tax and pay for it. And no out-of-state people should get a discount when they come into the community. We are totally opposed.
Thank you. Next is Riza Chowdhury, followed by Evelyn David.
Riza, if you're here, just raise your virtual hand or chat me. I do not see you. So unless I see a hand come up quickly, we're going to move to Evelyn. Evelyn, just hit the unmute button, please.
Hi, good evening. Hi, this is Evelyn. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm going to try to go really fast. I'm totally and strongly in support of the resolution that was just passed a few days ago against the congestion pricing. I have one thing to say: no taxation without representation. We fought a war over this. We can do it again. It is outrageous that no one on the MTA board is from Manhattan, and it's really not smart of them. Okay, so. Number one, also, Londoners, I'm just doing this as fast as I can, in the zone get 90% reduction in fare. There is no charge at night, which encourages drivers and everybody to drive around and go to restaurants. And London provided 8,500 parking places available to the public, as opposed to the guy on the MTA board who is quoted as saying, "I don't care about parking," interpreted as "I don't care about people," or i.e. not listening to our needs. That's ridiculous, okay? Number two, okay, put the line below 60th Street, which keeps 20 parking spots on Park Avenue available. That's between 60th and 61st. You make a right on Lex at 60th, a right on Park, and you get to 20 parking spots. I know you know what I'm talking about. Also, on 61st Street is always under construction. That will force us into 60th Street to go into the zone. That's not fair. Okay, number three. As for this subject being dead, that which discussed before, Senator Liz Krueger just submitted her objections. I just spoke to her office. This is not a dead issue at all, by the way. It is still being discussed. This plan will have a nightmare effect, as this previous person said, on traffic and pollution on the Upper East Side. And anybody that doesn't think so is killing themselves. It is a regressive tax on the middle class and small business. It is not a fair solution. I figured the number of 85,000 that MTA gave us, cars coming in on a day, calculation based on $23 a day is 145,200,000 a year. That does not equal $1 billion, which is what they're talking about. If only 50,000 drove in, it would be 66,200,000. If the remaining 35,000 took, that's 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. Next, we will go to Andrea Jew, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Andrea. I live on the Upper East Side, and I'm a physician with my office in Lower Manhattan. I just want to say that I believe that this tax is a regressive tax and discriminatory against the elderly and the physically challenged. MTA stations are not ADA compliant. Many are not ADA compliant, and I know that many of my patients rely on cars to come in to see me. And to, unfairly burden them with, an extra, $20, $30 just to come to any patient to come see their doctor under, below 60th Street, I think would be, detrimental to healthcare. And also vice versa, people who are below 60th Street and have, medical, practitioners or needs above 60th Street, would suffer, needlessly. So, I think this is an ableist piece of legislation that unfairly targets the elderly and the physically challenged. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Melanie W. And if you could please state your last name, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. I'm Melanie Westlock. I am, first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a small business owner and an Upper West Sider who also does business on the Upper East Side. I wanted to speak about congestion pricing because I think there's a misconception that car owners have cars because it's a luxury. For me, it's a necessity, both for work and to tend to my senior mother, who's also disabled and lives in the outer boroughs. Nearly impossible to bring her to a cardiologist via bike or a public bus when she's in Staten Island. There's a lack of residential consideration. I don't hear anything about permits, residential permits, or discounts, which I think would make this a little more palatable. I have to say that if the MTA needs money so badly, they should consider enforcing fares because there's $500 million that's being lost each year. I'd also like to close by pointing out that I'm currently in a car on my way to work, similar to Mark Levine and Lincoln Ressler, who have the nerve to call in pro-congestion pricing, anti-car, while in a car. It's infuriating and it's insulting. So I'd like a little more consideration for lifelong residents who need their cars, not for luxury, but out of necessity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Ora Masarski, please.
Hi, hi. My name is Ora Masarski. I am very opposed to congestion pricing, and I did a little bit of research. Apparently, the MTA contracted with a company called Transcore, which is somewhere down south, who have never, ever done this. And this was contracted in 2000 for $507 million. And it's never been done before. And so my question is, how are they going to do this? I mean, this is the big leagues. This is New York. There was no field trial. There was no pilot project. It's just going to happen. And apparently these folks are the same people that do Easy Pass collections. Now, I don't have a car, but if we have to go out of town, we have an Easy Pass account so we can pay our tolls. In the last 12 months, we've rented cars about 7 or 8 times. And out of that, 4 times, Easy Pass made a mistake in our account. We didn't pay a toll or whatever, which we did. So then I wonder, how are they going to do this? Well, they're going to input their infrastructure on existing structures in the city, like light poles and things like that. So what I'm concerned about is what could possibly go wrong. A lot could go wrong. The other point, of course, is like other people said, this is so against the ADA. This is discriminatory towards people who have mobility issues. So that's my point. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next is Robert Costigan, please.
Robert, you can unmute. Go ahead.
Hi. So my name is Robert Costigan. I live on East 90th Street. I've lived in the neighborhood for about the past 10 years, and I'm calling in opposition to congestion pricing. I happen to be legally blind, and my low vision specialist, who I regularly go to, would be in the congestion zone. I think if the MTA needs to raise money, it's a better idea to go after people who don't pay fares first. I think this plan is poorly thought out, and like the previous speaker said, it doesn't sound like the contractor who has been hired to do this work has the experience or the ability to really step up and play in the big leagues in New York City. Thank you for the time, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Susan Lee, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight before the community board. I I strongly support the resolution by Community Board 8 opposing congestion pricing. As all the other speakers before me, it is a regressive tax. It does not solve any issue regarding pollution. It is discriminatory against those with disability. And I do agree that we should implement commuter tax. But I also want to talk a little bit about pollution. Pollution knows no boundary. A 2011 report on air pollution that was done in London, published by the Health Effects Institute, concluded that it is difficult to identify significant air quality improvement from a specific program, especially one targeted at a small area within a large city against the backdrop of a broader regional pollutant and weather changes. A 24-hour central business district towing program in the name of reducing congestion begs the question, is it indeed the goal to reduce congestion or another revenue generating scheme for the MTA? Singapore's program, which is only charges $4 or less in tolls, have a sliding scale, and also it is not imposed during nighttime, Sundays, and holidays, which is little congestion during those times. Having a congestion tax at $23, 24 hours a day does not in its name solve congestion. I strongly oppose congestion pricing, and I urge the board to pass a resolution in opposition to congestion pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Evan Z. Booker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Russell, and thanks, Will. I'm not going to go into the, I'm opposed to congestion pricing, and I'm not going to go into the specifics because of some of the things that have already been said. But I think suffice it to say that it favors those who can afford the tolls, and it doesn't seem equitable. So I'd like to look at it another way. The basis for this to work also is that people rely almost exclusively on public transit, which, let's be honest, can be quite challenging. And yet a number of politicians and public officials support congestion pricing, and they have other transit options. So that being the case, I think that for the congestion pricing debate to be an honest one, every public official, every politician, including the entire MTA board, should be required to take public transit at all times for all public and private activities, and to give up their government cars, their government parking passes. And further, they will agree that their families, including school-age kids, will be subject to the same requirement, as well as to the point about mobility challenged people, elderly and mobility challenged members of their families who will have to use accessibility, the Access-a-Ride services. If all of these politicians and public officials, particularly those who are supporting congestion pricing, understand the daily challenges of riding public transit, including safety, maintenance, repair delays, disruptive riders, faulty Metro cards, vending machines, problems with Omni readers, etc., then perhaps we can start to fix public transit so that at least to make that option viable. And the only exception would be in a true emergency. The mayor or the governor can hop in a police car if they have to. Security details for the mayor and the governor, of course, provided with passes. But for all their public and private activities, meetings, conversations, they will have to plan their travel to use public transit just as average New Yorkers do. So in other words, if you're going to support congestion pricing, you got to eat what you cook. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Liz 5, please.
Go ahead, Liz.
Thank you. I would like to say, first of all, that I support the protected bike lanes, and I also support the resolution against congestion pricing, which is proof positive that you can be a car driver and also support biking and bike lanes. As far as congestion pricing, I want to urge you to hear the cacophony of voices that are against this unfair driver's tax, that include families who are against congestion pricing, disabled who are against congestion pricing, the elderly and sick who are against congestion pricing, low-income working families that are against congestion pricing, and people who are living in far-reaching areas who are against congestion pricing. I want to urge you to hear those voices. They are loud, and many of them are here, and you have heard from them. I would say that this plan is great. The congestion pricing plan is great if you are rich, able-bodied, and young. But for all of the rest of us, it is not going to work. We have places to go, people to see. Sometimes we have to get around to areas that are beyond the zone. And I think for us, it's something that we need to see go away, at the very least be looked hard at before we implement. So that is my thought. I thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Next will be Dylan Tram, please.
Hi, thank you very much. I'll be brief on the subject of bike lanes. I also wanted to vote my support there for protected bike lanes, but a lot of my points there had already been covered. On the subject of congestion pricing, some people are insinuating that this is a nefarious scheme by the MTA when actually what they are trying to do is raise money. I just want to note that the MTA is very upfront about that. That's part of the goal. They do want to raise money. That is a stipulation, that is a requirement. And part of the goal of that is to improve service for things like buses and improved accessibility improvements to different stations. I don't know the exact details within the capital plan, but yes, the point of this is to raise money to improve those things, and improvement of those things is equitable, is progressive. It helps the people in the city with the lowest incomes. It helps the people in the city who have disabilities that also ride the bus or have other ways of getting in and out that are not cars. So I think we're focusing on the tax part, but there is an aspect of it too, which is that not only will it decrease congestion, but it will better support the MTA. And that has a lot of benefits to people with disabilities, to people with lower incomes who also do rely on transit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Sandrea Coleman.
Greetings all. Thanks, Russell, for allowing me to speak. I would like to lift up the upcoming Social Justice Committee meeting on Monday, September 26th at 6:30 p.m. in which Sarah Chu and I co-chair. Monday's meeting will have guest speakers who co-authored their research findings titled Concentrated Incarceration in the Public Housing to Prison Pipeline in New York City Neighborhoods. To the public and board members, if you are free, I urge you to join us for part 1, which will detail the findings. Part 2 will be next month, in which guest speakers will focus on policy. That meeting will be held on Monday, October 24th at 6:30 p.m. Also, we would like to thank Robert for working closely with us in crafting an awesome flyer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Alita Camp.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Quickly, the Arts Committee is presenting an art show on October 15th at James Cagney Place from 11 to 4, rain date October 16th. I really hope you could join us. We have quite a number of artists that are signed up and crafters, and it was a lot of fun for both the artists and the public last time. So I strongly urge everyone who can to come and enjoy some art and maybe buy some art. The other thing is, this is National Book Band Week, so I urge everyone to support our local libraries. Reading and access to ideas is essential, and libraries are extremely capable and competent and essential for maintaining democracy through providing ideas to everyone. So I urge you to support our libraries, and thank you very much, Russell.
Thank you. Next is Sahar Hussain.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to announce about a very special conference that's happening on this Saturday, the 24th from 10 to 11 a.m. It's at Rupert Park, so our neighboring park, which is on 91st and 2nd. The press conference is led by Congresswoman Karen Maloney, and it is on the floods in Pakistan and the devastating humanitarian crisis that has developed because of that. It is in conjunction with the climate change. So she has dual topic. And many senators, assembly members, our council members, our community board head and many other community board heads would also be joining this. I have played a role in, bringing this together. So I hope many of my fellow board members would be able to join me on that day for this very special topic. And many media channels would be covering this. The Consul General of Pakistan would also be speaking and giving the statistics, the very sad statistics on the ground. There are like 33 million people who have been displaced by these floods. 1,500 have passed away, like people have died, of which 400 are children. So the numbers are just mind-boggling and extremely sad. 1/3 of the country is underwater. So I will share a flyer with Will, and that would show you the true picture. So please, if you have the time, do join on 24th, this Saturday, 10 to 11 at Rupert Park. Thank you. Thanks for giving me. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to folks who we were not able to hear from previously. So Barack Friedman, I understand, hopefully the mic issues are solved.
How am I doing? Can you hear me?
Good. Yep, we got you.
Okay, so sorry about that Zoom fail earlier. First of all, thank you, CB8, for the opportunity to speak. I'm in full support of the Transportation Committee's resolution for the bike lane. I think it's super important. The Upper East Side is really dangerous for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. And my condolences to Carlene Mott's family and friends. It's horrible. I want to be as positive as I can, but we have to remember that this board did vote against the 85th Street bike lane, and that is where she died. And so these decisions are really important. They're really life and death. And for the people that voted no, please do some soul searching and do the right thing. You have the opportunity to make it better now. I also want you to remember Dr. Daniel Kammerman, who was a pediatrician who was cycling. He died on 5th Avenue and 96th Street trying to come to Mount Sinai. Honestly, he was somebody that was taking care of the children on the Upper East Side, and the city failed him, basically telling him that he doesn't deserve a safe transit in the city. So I urge this board to do the right thing. We've had multiple crashes on the Upper East Side, like the box truck that killed a pedestrian and cyclist on 61st and 3rd. There was another 51-year-old woman who died crossing at 76th and 3rd. So the Upper East Side is very dangerous. You have a chance to make it better for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. And I strongly urge you to vote in favor of the transportation resolution for protected bike lanes. And thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to do, before we move on from the public session, we're going to do a last call for folks that I called on who weren't here or weren't able to raise their hands and identify themselves. Francis Holly Clark, Daniel Hanji, Riza Chowdhury, F. Castillo, Leah Kandarin, Judy Bergstresser, Michelle, Pam Lipkin, Eric Marzolf, John Smith. If any of you are here now is the time to identify yourselves.
I'll just remind that you can find the reactions button on your screen and press the raise hand button. You could go to the chat and send me a message, or if you're calling in from this phone, is *9.
All right, let's press on with adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to do that? And you can move and second with a thumbs up. Looks like Romney's moving. Is there a second? Yes, Michelle. All right. Anyone opposed to adoption of the agenda? Okay. Adoption of the last month's minutes. Yep. So moved, seconded. Anyone opposed? Mrs. Brown, are you voting no?
I inadvertently hit the button. I'm sorry.
Okay. No problem. All right, Manhattan Borough president's report. I don't think Mark is here. Should we wait, or Mina, do you want to go now?
Mina, just go ahead and unmute and let us know either whether Mark is coming or.
And while we're waiting, elected official representatives, please raise your hands because we're going to move next to you and start calling.
Mina, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, Will, Russell. Good evening, Community Board 8. The borough president is getting on shortly.
Okay, so we'll wait until he gets here. In the meantime, we will start with the other elected officials and okay. Audrey Tannen.
Audrey,
I'm sorry about that. Hi, everyone. I just want to clarify something that came up about Liz. Senator Krueger actually does support congestion pricing. We did send in testimony for the hearings, and that will be posted in the chat. She raised a lot of questions, a lot of concerns. She offered a lot of recommendations because she does have a lot of those things about the plan, but she absolutely supports congestion pricing. Number two, she really wants me to extend, and our whole office wants to extend our congratulations and thanks to Community Board 8. You guys led the messaging and the organizing and the opposition to that first draft of the redistricting city map. We think we're going to get some good changes tomorrow. So again, kudos to all of you, particularly Sherry Wiener and the election committee, and Will Brightbill, who I know did a lot of the planning for the alternate suggestion. One other thing, we are going to be having a lot of events this fall. They're still going to be virtual on Zoom or on Liz's Facebook page. I do want to bring your attention to one in particular, which is going to be on Tuesday, August 18th. There are 4 ballot proposals this election day. One is about the Environmental Bond Act that the state is suggesting, and there are 3 city proposals. One to do with racial equity, one to do with city values for city workers, and the other one has to do with cost of living and income in the city and how it's calculated and presented. We're going to be having experts to talk about each of those so that we can all make an informed vote on November 8th about these 4 proposals. So please help us raise awareness that there are 4 proposals to think about and to get informed about. And we hope you'll join us at that event on October 8th. Have a wonderful, worthwhile, productive meeting. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Marissa Mavericks, please.
Hi, everyone. Marissa Maverick from Congresswoman Maloney's office. It's a pleasure to be joining you all again. To start, as many of you know, Congresswoman Maloney will be no longer representing the 12th Congressional District in the new year. However, the Congresswoman is fully committed to serving her constituents until December 31st, 2022. From now until then, our office is here to help you as we have always been, and we will be working to ensure a smooth transition. In the meantime, I would like to share a few updates from our office. I'll start with a Roosevelt Island issue that Ms. Birdie brought up in the public session. The Congresswoman is aware of the need for the implementation of the Roosevelt Island Tram and wrote a letter to the chair of the MTA in early August, which we also made REAC aware of the outreach. We've yet to receive a response, but hope to hear back soon. Last month, the Congresswoman also held 2 information sessions, one regarding the monkeypox virus outbreak, as well as a discussion on the state of abortion rights. Both of these information sessions were fully recorded and are available to watch on our YouTube channel, which you can access on maloney.house.gov. The Congresswoman is in Washington this week on committee business. As chair of the Oversight Committee, she recently held a hearing to hear firsthand accounts from survivors of severe weather events induced by climate change and to examine the adequacy of climate pledges made by Exxon, Chevron, BP, and Shell. Last month, the Congresswoman introduced 2 major pieces of legislation to hold gun manufacturers accountable and combat gun violence. She also sent a letter to the United States Secretary of State to process LGBTQI+ refugees and asylum seekers quickly and more efficiently. As always, I want to provide you with our contact information should you need assistance with any federal services. Our phone number is 212-860-0606, and our office email address is urgentny12@mail.house.gov, which I will drop in the chat as well. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. All right, we're very pleased to be joined by the Borough President, Mark Levine. So please take it away, Mr. President. Unmute him.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hi, CBA. Great to see all of you. I want to start by updating you on a topic it seems like we've been speaking about for months, the open meeting law. And, you know, we have yet another emergency order which is set to expire, in this case, on Fridays, the mayor's main COVID-related emergency order. There's a second overlapping order related to monkeypox, actually, which is extended by another few days. It goes through the 28th. But should both of those orders expire, then we will revert to what will be the new normal, a requirement of hybrid meetings. I will say that I do expect the mayor to extend the COVID emergency law. We'll know for sure soon. Again, that expires on Friday, but we are in constant communication with the law department about this. We'll let you know as soon as we hear more. Hopefully that will be before the end of this week. I really want to commend this board for leading on the city council redistricting process. We're actually expecting, I believe, tomorrow, a revised map that will be made public. This is not necessarily the final map. It kind of depends on the actions of the city council, but it would be a big step closer. And I'll just say that I'm quite confident that the voices of this board in calling for CB8 to be kept intact and not to be passed in whole or in part to council district in Queens, particularly when it comes to Roosevelt Island. I am quite confident that that has been heard by the districting commission. Of course, I've added my voice to that as well. We'll know soon about what the revisions are, but I really am grateful for the way this board has led, and I believe it's had an impact. Hoping to find out for sure soon. On the topic of migrants arriving to New York City, this has just been in the news nationally, really. We are now getting 5, 6, sometimes as much as 8 or 9 buses a day coming in from Texas. The buses are full, so this is 300, sometimes even more, 400 individuals a day, heavily families. I've had the chance to meet many of them. There are people who have really gone through often extraordinarily traumatic conditions in their home countries, mainly Venezuela, and along the route to get here. The number one request I've heard from them is how they can get permission to work. They are actually eligible for that. These are not undocumented immigrants. These are legally authorized asylum seekers. So they do have the right to petition for a work permit. I'm confident that when they get those work permits, they'll contribute in really positive ways to the workforce and the economy here. But in the short term, they have enormous needs, even very basic material needs. They're arriving often with virtually no possessions. And so my office has been leading a drive to collect essential goods that they need, clothing and childcare items, baby care items, toiletries, etc. We're doing this in partnership with the New York Immigration Coalition, the city's Department of Citywide Administrative Services. And we're collecting now at both of our offices, one here at 1 Center Street downtown, and also at our uptown office on 125th Street. So please spread the word. Pretty much the need is massive. And we're getting a lot of donations, but we need even more. And there's also a special need for Spanish speakers to volunteer at the Navigation Center. So if that's you, reach out to our office and we can help make that happen. On the topic of COVID and COVID boosters, we have a new campaign based on an updated booster formula that's formulated for Omicron. It's really the most effective thing you can do right now is to get this booster. While you're at it, get a flu shot as well. We're entering flu season. I have to say that the take-up rate on the boosters has been a lot less than I think many experts would like. And that's unfortunate because we're still seeing, I think something like 1,800 people a day getting COVID in the city. And while we were seeing that number drop over the summer, it's now starting to trend up again. And that's just one more reason why we want everyone to get their booster shot. If you're 12 years and older, you're eligible for this new booster. So there's lots of ways to get it. A number of public hospital facilities are offering it. Bellevue is probably the most convenient one for all of you. There's also a program that people don't often know about to get your booster or any COVID vaccine at your home free of charge. The city will send someone to your home if you are homebound of any age or if you are age 65 and older. So lots of ways to get it. Finally, Mr. Chair, I think I'm over time, but I know the topic of congestion pricing has come up a lot tonight, together with the topic of bike lanes. And I certainly support the drive to get crosstown bike lanes for the Upper East Side and for all of Manhattan. I want to clarify one thing that I think came up around congestion pricing, which is how it impacts New Yorkers with disabilities. There is an exemption written into the law that people with disabilities, I guess those who are registered with the Department of Transportation, do not pay the congestion charge. I think I also heard the topic of taxis came up for related to people who might have disabilities. And personally, I have called for hire vehicles and taxis to be exempt from this. They already have a fee that was put on them as part of an earlier stage of congestion pricing a couple of years ago, and I've called for them to be exempt. And finally, I just want to remind folks that the disability advocates that I've been working with are strongly in favor of congestion pricing because it will finance addition of elevators in subway stations, which is something we are woefully behind on. I think we're still at less than 30% of stations with elevators. We have to fix that. This will give us a source for the capital money to do that. It's one of the most urgent priorities and policies to accommodate people with disabilities in New York City. So I spoke for a long time. I'll stop now. I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there's time or if it's appropriate to take questions. Happy to if there is. If there's not, also, I totally understand. Back to you.
Okay, yes. Unfortunately, we're not going to have time for questions, but thank you very, very much.
No worries at all. Thank you, and great to see everybody, CB8. Have a great night.
You too. Next, let's go to Alex Woolman.
Hi, everyone. Alex here from Assemblymember Court's office. Happy to be here with you all this evening. I just have a few updates from our office as we enter the last couple months of the Assembly members' term. In the last couple weeks, we collected and received quite a bit of feedback from constituents and neighbors regarding the city council redistricting maps. Like many of you, the Assembly member was frustrated with the decision to split up Upper East Side neighborhoods that have historically shared political representation. He did submit testimony to the districting commission, urging them to reconsider. So he's looking forward to seeing hopefully some improved maps tomorrow. He also participated in a forum on the issue of gun violence at the 92 NY, along with New Yorkers Against Gun Violence and Street Corner Resources. He discussed solutions and highlighted gun safety legislation passed by the legislature earlier this year. In his capacity as chair of the Administrative Regulations Review Commission, he also wrote to the State Department of Environmental Conservation, urging the adoption of stricter and substantive regulatory changes to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from solid and hazardous waste facilities. And that's all I have for you this evening. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Eric Straza, please.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Eric Straza. I am the Community Engagement Coordinator for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, specifically for the Midtown area. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues couldn't be here tonight, so I'll be filling in. Just wanted to give you a quick update on our office. Number one, I just wanted to highlight a recent indictment of an individual, Damian Beza Brendan, for a string of sexual assaults very recently throughout June and August. Throughout this conduct, he committed 4 sexual assaults, and the reason I wanted to highlight this was because 2 of those were actually in the Upper East Side. He's indicted on 1 count of attempted rape in the first degree, 2 counts of sexual abuse in the first degree, 2 counts of forcible touching, and 1 count of sexual abuse in the 3rd degree. Again, I think that this comes as good news to everyone, knowing that we've identified and charged this individual. So hopefully the streets of the Upper East Side will be a little bit safer moving forward. And this kind of leads into something else I wanted to highlight. In anticipation of Domestic Violence Awareness Month in October, our education team is doing some great work bringing different presentations to community groups, one of which is for specifically our work in the field of domestic violence, both in adult relationships and also teen dating abuse. So the presentation basically goes over signs to look for, different elements of healthy relationships, and then also you'll learn a little bit about how our office intersects and holds those kind of cases, holds individuals accountable. So if anyone either at CB8 or knows of any other community groups who could be interested in one of those presentations, please feel free to reach out to our office. I don't think that I can write in the chat for this specific meeting, but if you just call our office and ask to speak to the Community Partnerships Unit, we'll be able to connect you from there. So that's all I have, and thank you so much. Great hearing from everyone tonight.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Terrell Brock, please.
Terrell, just hit the unmute button. There you go.
Oh, sorry about that. It's been a while. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Terrell Brock, and I'm Community Liaison from State Senator Jose Serrano's office. I hope you've had a wonderful summer. Throughout the month of August, the Senator has had the pleasure of immersing himself into the community by attending family day events, youth fairs, cultural parades, and National Night Out. And the city recently announced the opening of the New York City Asylum Seeker Resource Center. The center is a place for newly arrived asylum seekers to go to for confidential help, assessing important cultural and linguistic services and resources to help them integrate and thrive in New York City. Asylum seekers at DHS shelters can speak to shelter staff in order to make an appointment, but those who are not within the DHS shelter system can only make appointments through community-based organizations and partners. Our office is now officially listed as a community partner with the Mayor's Office of Immigration. And to make an appointment, you're able to contact our office if needed. And recently we have resumed our off-site constituent hours with our office visiting libraries and senior centers throughout the 29th Senate District. This has always been an effective and enjoyable way to connect with our constituents in the different neighborhoods of our district. If you're in need of masks, test kits, or assistance, we are available at our district office Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is located at 335 East 100th Street, New York, 10029, or by calling us at 212-828-5829. And I hope everybody has a great and safe evening.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Cameron Kaufman.
Thank you. My name is Cameron Kaufman, and I'm the Director of Constituent Services for Councilmember Julie Menon. And the councilmember was planning to be here tonight, but she unfortunately is involved in some late night negotiations regarding her childcare legislation. Before I give some other updates from our office, I want to note that Councilmember Menon spoke at the Transportation Committee meeting this month alongside Councilmember Powers, and she noted the point that's been brought up very frequently tonight. There are no crosstown bike lanes between 78th and 90th on the east side, and there are no protected crosstown bike lanes at all north of. Believes it is imperative that we provide a robust bike lane infrastructure in our neighborhood to ensure that cyclists, pedestrians, and automobiles all have the safest streets possible. The crosstown bike lane network that we currently have should not have such a gap and not be so flimsy, especially given how dense our community is. I want to share a few updates. First, last week, we had a major sanitation announcement with Commissioner Tisch alongside leaders of the 72nd Street Association, 86th Street Association. Sanitation service is going to be at the highest level it's ever been in the district. Pickups up to 4 times a day, 3 days a week, and 3 times a day the rest, all the litter baskets, and then large supplemental sanitation allocations to ACE cleaners and to Wildcats for rat remediation. We know that these are some top priorities from constituents, and we're very excited about this. Redistricting was also mentioned. We obviously got to wait until they're officially released tomorrow at 11 a.m., but we have heard the news of the leak maps, and we're just really grateful to CB8 for their really strong work on this. Got such robust community testimony out, really packed the hearings and submitted great testimony, and it was a great team effort. So we look forward to seeing those tomorrow and hopefully celebrating. The final thing that we're going to be getting some artwork on the panels in front of the DDC Con Ed project, 61st, 63rd and York Avenue. We're very excited about that. I'll put my contact info in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Jessie K.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessie. I'm the new CB8 liaison for Councilmember Powers' office. I just wanted to, highlight some of the things some of you all were saying. Definitely want to echo Councilmember Menon's statements about sanitation. Councilmember Powers has also allocated funding to ACE. And that'll be, the community organization who can help with trash pickups. Sanitation has been a huge concern from a lot of our constituents, and so we're really paying attention to that. He has also boosted the sanitation services budget for 2022 to 2023 overall, which will include cleaning sidewalks and tree pits, removing garbage bags from full trash bins, additional snow removal, etc. Another thing, he just wanted to echo the Transportation Committee's discussion about bike safety. He is fully in support of expanding the bike lanes across town on the Upper East Side, particularly protected bike lanes. He also wrote a letter to the DOT Borough Commissioner, Edward Pincer, requesting a bike lane on 85th Street, which is where, Carling Mott had her accident. He will also be, he also did introduce a bill called the Sugar Bill. And this is based on research that shows that a high intake of sugar contributes to health issues. However, the warnings on sugary drinks can significantly reduce purchases by giving consumers the tools to make healthier choices. So that's why this legislation would require that chain restaurants in New York City would post a sugar warning icon on the menu. And the last thing he just wanted to mention is that he is in support of Mayor Adams' program to get rid of empty or abandoned restaurant sheds. We were able to get rid of one on 70th Street and 2nd Avenue, and we're happy to assist with the removal of other abandoned sheds as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Kevin Rogers.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to give a few updates from Assemblymember Seawright's office. I'm Kevin Rogers, I'm our legislative director. Assemblymember Seawright submitted testimony regarding the congestion pricing. And in her testimony, she highlighted a few key points that she thinks should be addressed. She wants to implement a toll structure that is fair and balanced. The elimination of the taxi surcharge. She would like consideration of people living with disabilities or mobility impairment, and to implement a toll structure that disincentivizes bridge shopping. A few things. To address sanitation, tonight our office hosted a rat academy for tenant landlords to help address sanitation on the Upper East Side, in coordination with our town health advocates and Lenox Hill Neighborhood House and a few other organizations. This Friday, we're going to be hosting a wellness clinic for anyone that would like to attend. It'll be at Carl Schurz Park Courts from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. We'd love for everyone to attend. We have a shred-a-thon coming up on October 8th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. At the Chase Bank on York and 79th. We are hosting flu shot clinics in our office So please feel free to stop by to schedule an appointment. Our next dates are October 18th and October 25th, all day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give our office a call to schedule at 212-288-4607. And on October 18th, we're partnering with the 19th Precinct for a senior safety seminar to address some things going on in the district regarding senior safety. So please come to that. It'll be at the 19th Precinct, and I'll drop our information in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so I will give my chair report. I want to add my thanks to the many folks who have mentioned the fantastic turnout from people in the community with regard to congestion pricing. People on the east side really turned out in enormous numbers, more than from any other community. And tomorrow we will get to see the next round of draft maps, and hopefully they will have taken our message into account. But I want to say, first of all, thank you to everybody who did send in testimony, who went to the hearings, including many members of this board. But this process is not over, and it's not over until it's over. So if the new draft maps that we get tomorrow are not what we want, then we are going to have to continue to show up in large numbers and make our voices heard and express the fact that we want to keep the east side together. We want to keep Roosevelt Island with Manhattan and continue to make that case. If the maps that get released tomorrow are what we want, we are going to have to continue to come out in large numbers and make our voices heard and thank the commission for listening to us and express that we really, really want to make sure that they maintain the positive change that they've made. So either way, we're going to need to continue to show up in big, big numbers to make sure that our voices are heard in this process. The other thing I want to mention is the regards the safe haven on East 91st Street. So many of you remember there was a proposal from the city to have a safe haven on East 91st Street, and we on the board overwhelmingly approved that proposal. We have now been informed that the service model that the city has planned for that site has changed, that they don't want to do a safe haven anymore, that's going to be something else, that as a result, the provider, Goddard Riverside, is not going to be part of the project anymore. So that's very disappointing news. I've been trying to get more information from the city and the Department of Homeland Services. And we've got elected officials who have been helping with that. I want to thank Borough President Levine's office and Councilmember Menon's office and Senator Kruger's office for their help with that. So we're trying to find out more information. They haven't told us why they made that change. They haven't told us what the nature of the change is even. We're just going to have to continue to monitor that and press for more information. And so I wanted to update everybody on the status of that site. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Will.
Thanks, Russell. I'll try to be very brief with my report, but I see we had a very robust attendance from the public. And so I just want to remind you guys that we are here every month, except for August, where we had everyone hopefully had a wonderful summer. But so if you are showing up to speak about something today and are not engaged with us, you can sign up for our newsletter. I'm putting that in the chat. And then our office is available for helping with any sort of advocacy that you're having with local, service provision. So if you ever file a 311 complaint, you can always raise it to our office's attention and we can help advocate on your behalf. This recently, I want to demonstrate something that we were able to accomplish where somebody, restaurant decked over with concrete over a tree pit, and one of our board members actually reported it to us and reported it to 311. And because of our advocacy, that concrete was removed from the tree pit and that tree will actually live. And so I put that in the chat. But so if you're new here and you don't know what we are or how to be involved, those are two great ways to stay involved. And then the other one is that every year we have what is called our statement of district needs and our budget priorities. And right now our budget committee is actually in the process of submitting our next fiscal year's statement of district needs and budget priorities. So if there are things in the neighborhood that you would like us to advocate on to be added to the budget, so reach out to our office, email our office with those budget requests and those district needs, and attend our budget committee meeting next month to let our budget committee know what should be added to our statement of district needs for the next fiscal year. And with that, I'll hand it back over and we can move on with the agenda.
Thank you. So in July, as you'll all remember, we debated extensively and adopted amendments to our bylaws relating to the way that elections are conducted, the upshot of which was the elimination of the nominating committee, essentially, and the creation of a new election committee. So, after we had, or as we were debating that and approving those changes, it was noted that there's a technical requirement to mail notice of bylaws changes to members, which had not happened. So in the interest of weighing any doubt as to the applicability of the changes that we adopted, we're just going to vote again. We sent out the notice by mail, and so we're just going to vote on it again now that that notice has gone out. So we already, as I mentioned, we already debated this extensively. This is just a revote, so I imagine everybody would vote this time the same way that they did back in July to adopt those bylaws amendments that we voted in favor of in July. So we're just going to do that vote again very quickly now, and I will turn it over to the secretaries. And just so we're all clear, a vote of yes is a vote in favor of those bylaws amendments to create the election committee, and a vote no is a vote no.
Are we doing a roll call for this?
Yeah.
All right,
Not our standard roll call, right? Where people raise their hand if they're voting no or abstaining or not voting for cause.
All right, Valerie, I think she might be saying that we're required.
Go ahead, Valerie.
Do a roll call.
Oh, no, I thought we were doing the vote, so I want to.
Yeah, we're voting.
Yeah, I want to abstain.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm calling on myself. I'm voting no. Michelle?
No.
I'll give everyone one more second. Seeing no others, the motion. Oh, Martha.
I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
So the amendment carries.
All right, thank you. So pursuant to our new election procedures, we are going to select tonight an election committee of 5 members, which is going to essentially run the officer elections that are going to take place in November, including the question and answer session with candidates that will take place at the land use committee meeting in November. So we have done in the past is, and we'll use the same process as we had used sort of with the nominating committee. Basically, if you want to nominate somebody to be on the election committee, raise your hand and I'll call on you. If there are more than 5 people nominated, we will do a vote, and the top 5 vote getters will be the election committee. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to do voting anonymously, so we have to go down the list and have people say the 5 people that they are voting for. I did double check this, and unfortunately, that is the guidance that we got from the borough president's office. I will remind folks, so if you want to run for an officer position, you cannot serve on the election committee. So do not accept a nomination to the election committee if you want to run for an officer position. In addition, anyone who is nominated for for an election committee position needs to just state what committees they serve on or chair, and also when in the past they have served on the nominating committee. So those are the parameters. Folks, please let me know. There's a new process. So if I left anything out, let me know. But I think those are the rules. So with that, we can start calling up folks. Craig.
I actually just want to clarify, since this is a new committee, are people who were on the nominating committee last year able to be part of the election committee this year, or is it the past practice again, where if you served last year, you are not allowed to serve this year?
So the bylaws certainly say that you can't be on the election committee 2 years in a row. Let me just double check and see what it says. I mean, I think if you were on the nominating committee last year, you're not eligible to be on the election committee. I mean, the way that the new rules work is that they treat the election committee as essentially the successor to the nominating committee, and there's certainly stuff in there about references to both committees.
All right, and if that's the case, would you mind, or someone please advise everyone as to who was on the nominating committee last year and shouldn't be nominated for the elections committee this year? I think that would be helpful.
Sure. So last year's nominating committee was chaired by Carolina Tejo, and it also had Craig Lader and Alita Camp and Rita Popper and Sharon Pope Marshall and Felice Farber. And who is the seventh person that I'm leaving out, Craig?
I'm blanking, sorry.
I can put that in the chat in a second. So if
okay, so we'll list it in the chat in a minute. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. So let's, who's next? Will Sanchez.
Nominate Chuck Warren. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chuck Warren.
Chuck, do you, yeah, thanks, Will.
Why don't we
Chuck,
do this? Yeah, how about this? Do a thumbs up if you accept your nomination, and once we've got nominees, we will run, each person who's nominated will be able to say the thing that they're supposed to say in terms of what their prior service was.
Chuck gave a thumbs up.
Okay, next is Rita Popper.
Go ahead, Rita.
I nominate Sherry Weiner.
Sherry says no.
Next, let's go to Rebecca Dangler.
I nominate.
Oh, sorry, Rebecca. I accidentally muted you.
I nominate Barbara Rudder.
Barbara, that's a thumbs up. Yeah.
Taina Barrera.
I nominate Ed Hartzog.
Ed gives a thumbs up to that.
Marco Tamayo.
Marco?
Yes, thank you. I would like to nominate Michelle Bimba.
Sorry, who did you say?
Michelle
Birnbaum. Got it. Okay, and she agrees. Okay. Alita Camp.
Go ahead, Alita.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Anthony Cohn.
Anthony gives a thumbs up.
Okay, I think that's 5. Is that right?
Rebecca?
Yeah, with the one person declining, it's 5.
Okay. So if there are no more nominations, then these 5 people will be the election committee sorry, they'll still have to do the disclosure. So let's just run through that. And then the 5 of you will pick a chair of the election committee at the end of this meeting. But let's unmute each of them in turn, just so you can do the rundown of which committees you're on and or chair, and also past times that you've been on the nominating committee. So are they
Just gonna do
unmuted?
it in alphabetical order by last name. Birnbaum.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. The last time I was on the committee, I was chair, and I believe it was 4 cycles ago. I'm not sure, but anyway, it wasn't within the last couple of years. It was before
And
that.
had you been on the nominating committee before then also?
I may have been on there once, but we're talking about a really long time ago.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to just give you my committees. Is that what you wanted?
Yep. And then also length of service. That's the other thing.
Oh, since 2006. And my committees are, I believe there are 9 of them. So it is landmarks, transportation, street fairs. I'm chair of the vendor committee. I'm on the voting committee, the budget committee. I was on the district needs committee. Did I say landmarks? I'm on landmarks, if I didn't say that. And I'm not sure. I think that's 8. There may or may not be a number 9 out there. I don't think I left anything out, but I should look at this month's calendar and see. I think that's probably it. Congestion Pricing Task Force. And I was also, I don't know that this was a separate committee. When we were rewriting, Craig, the proposal for Plan New York, I was on that committee. So I think that's it.
All right. Thank you. Will, who's next?
Oh, yes. Next would be Anthony. Anthony, just go ahead and unmute.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Let's see. I've been on the board since 2017. I was once on the nominating committee. It was the year that Michelle chaired, and I think it was 4 years ago, 4 cycles ago. And I am co-chair of zoning and development and the voting task force, and also a member of landmarks and housing. I think that's right.
Thank you.
Next is Ed Hartzog. Go ahead and unmute Ed.
Hi. Let's see. I've been on the board since 2011. I have never been on the nominating committee in any iteration. Let's see. I co-chair the housing committee. I'm on the youth education and libraries committee. I'm on the voting reform task force. I was on the environment and sanitation committee. It's been split into 2, and I'm guilty of not choosing either one right now. Although I have an interest in both, my plate is full. It's not that I'm not interested, but I haven't chosen. But those are my committees. That's it, right? Yeah. Length of service. Yeah, that's it.
You got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is Barbara Rudder. Find her. Go ahead, Barbara. Unmute. Barbara, try again. Barbara, we still need you to unmute. You look for the button. Barbara, make sure nothing's like covering up the unmute button
All right,
at the bottom of your screen.
let's unmute Chuck in the meantime. Is Chuck the last one?
All right, Chuck. Chuck, just hit unmute too. Or Barbara, whichever one of you wins the race.
Hi, I unmuted. Something went wrong on my computer.
Am I unmuted also? I just want to know.
You are.
Yeah.
Barbara can go if you want to go. We're both
All right,
unmuted.
go ahead, Barbara, and then we'll go to
I'll
Chuck.
go. I'm sorry. All of a sudden my screen was lost. I am co-chair of 3 committees, the environment, and Ed, we would welcome you, street fairs, and health and seniors. I am on several committees. I'm not sure what I'm officially on. I know I'm officially on Parks Committee, the vendors, Roosevelt Island, and probably a couple of others. I wish Michelle remembered when she was on, because that was the last time I was on, was when Michelle was chair, and then many, many, many years before that. And I think this will be I think I've been on for 14 years on the community board.
Okay. Sorry, did you say what your past times on the nominating committee?
Yeah, I was on when Michelle was chair. So whatever she said, I'm saying the
Got
same.
it. Okay.
And also many years ago, I think the first year I was on the community board I was on, and that was it.
Okay. Chuck, go ahead.
Well, I've been on the board since 1985, and I co-chair the Transportation Committee and the Rules and Bylaws Committee, and I've in the past been on the Environment Committee, and I've been on the Nominating Committee of about, I think, twice, and I was chair of it once, but it goes back a long time. I haven't been on the committee in quite a while now.
Okay. Thank you. Taina, your hand is up.
Vanessa has a really bad connection and she was trying to raise her hand, so she texted me. She just wanted to remind new board members who may not be familiar with this process, which can be confusing and intimidating, that if you want to self-nominate, you are able to self-nominate if you would like to be on the election committee. So that's all.
Okay. Rebecca, go ahead.
I'll give the new members a second to nominate, but then I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I move to unanimously approve the 5 members of the election committee, inaugural election committee.
All right, Taina seconds. And just before we go on to voting, we'll put the last year's nominating committee in the thing. So I apologize, Elizabeth, that you were the 7th that I didn't mention. Okay, so with that, we, well, sorry, so you made a motion?
Yeah, to vote.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm going to call the question on the, motion. If there's a second, we can vote.
Yeah.
Yes, Rami seconds. All right. Anyone opposed to the nomination of these or selection of these folks as the elections committee? All right. So congratulations to you 5 again. If you can just stay on at the end of the after the end of the meeting, and the 5 of you will just pick one of you to be the chair of the committee. All right. Let's move on now to our committee reports. So we'll start with the Landmarks Committee. David and Jane and Anthony.
Thank you, Russell. I think I had 2 resolutions, but I think we'll start with Anthony. As most of you know, David Halpern had a fall and his hand is still sort of incapacitated. So Anthony stepped in. Anthony,
Jane,
are you there?
Jane, Anthony is not in the meeting right now. I don't know where he went, but I think.
Well, we
Well,
can
you can
start
do
with
your-
800 Park Avenue if you like,
Sure.
at 74th Street. This was a resolution. The application was for a master plan for the entire building, a pre-war building. And the committee actually turned down the master plan only because there were 2 floors, the 2nd and 3rd floors, where the applicant did not want to revert back to the original historic design. I don't know. Is David Halpern here? Do you want to speak to it a little bit, David?
Yes. This happened to have been one of the best master plans we've seen because with the exception of the 2nd and 3rd floors, they went back to the original windows, which were multi-pane windows. And they also went back to, at the top of the building, an arched window. However, the building has a limestone base, and it's clearly was the intent of the architect to have different windows in that base and not to replicate in the brick, which is all the typical brick floors, those windows. They're related, but they're different. So it seemed to me and maybe some of the others that was intentional, that although the presenter made a point of saying that some of the buildings that this architect had done in the past didn't have a variety of windows and had the same windows stacked from top to bottom. But it's clear in this building that it was intentional to have different windows in the limestone base. And we thought it was important to have that theme and variations, which is something that very often makes a difference between architecture being boring and architecture having some special character to it. So we wanted to compliment them on a generally good job. But once they were going that far, why didn't they just complete it? So that's how we came out.
And it was a unanimous disapproval, I might add. I see a couple of raised hands. Michelle, did you want to add something?
I don't want to cut anybody off. I was going to call the question on a unanimous disapproval.
I see a second
Second.
from Rami. So I think one of the secretaries can do the vote.
It's me
That's
today. If you're voting no, abstaining, you're not voting for cause, please raise your hand. As a reminder on this one, it's a disapproval. So a yes means no. Elizabeth.
Abstaining because I've been bounced out of Zoom a couple times and have not heard the discussion.
Edison.
I'm voting no.
Cause.
Yeah, I'm looking at the minutes. These 2 are approvals, not disapproval.
This is 800 Park.
800, this is 800 Park Avenue.
Yeah, resolutions for approval, 800 Park Avenue, approval,
Well,
unanimous.
Well, that's a typo. It was a disapproval cause.
Okay, thanks.
Cause, what's your vote?
I'm voting yes. I've just had that question.
Okay. See any other votes? Seeing none. Resolution passes 38, 40 to, wait. It passes. I'll get you the tally. in a next vote.
Okay, Rami. Thank you so much. Anthony hasn't reappeared yet. Well, we'll go to
Yes,
7.
he's back. He just got
Okay, well,
back.
why don't I just take the other resolution I handled, which is 714 Madison Avenue, which is the retail premises for Bucciolati, the high-end Italian jeweler. And it was basically for a facade restoration, lighting at all of the windows on the front elevation, fixed awnings at the second, third, and fourth and fifth floors with the name Bucciolati on the skirts of the awning, only at the second and third floors. And there was larger lettering on the marquee, on the front of the marquee, which is the entrance canopy on the sides of the marquee. The committee voted unanimously for all the work to be done at the front elevation, with the exception of the signage on the awnings at the second and third floors. So you'll see that the resolution or the application was divided into two parts. First part was unanimous for all the work at the front, with the exception of the skirts on the awnings with the new signage, second and third floors. So Michelle, why don't we take the vote on the, you voted against, it wasn't unanimous. Okay, let's hear from Michelle, I forgot. Michelle.
Yeah, I was going to say that I was just correcting that. It was not a unanimous approval of the facade and the lighting. I voted against that. They were going to do a mock-up of the lighting later this week, so we had not actually seen the lighting. And while David and others expressed good faith, they were familiar with the kind of lighting and they felt it would be fine. I was not comfortable without seeing the effect, because lighting up the whole front of a building can be very risky. The other thing was, I was not in favor of the name of the stores appearing on the sides of the awning.
You mean the marquee, the entrance marquee, Michelle?
Right, and on the front of the awnings, they had proposed it on all.
Well, that's a separate. That's the next thing.
That was the next one. Okay. The other thing was the sign of Bucciolati. They were increasing the sign at the front entrance, and I felt that the original sign was more appropriate. The bottom line is, it wasn't a unanimous approval. I'm
sorry. And just to clarify, the lettering on the front of the marquee over the entrance was being raised 5/8 of an inch, from 8 inches to 8 5/8 inches. Rita.
Make a motion to approve this portion of the application.
Part
Calling
one.
the question.
Part one.
Is there a
Yeah, to
second?
call the question.
Second, aye.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and.
Because the
So who's
motion's already
doing-
on the floor, so yeah, okay, good.
So who's doing the vote?
So Andrea,
I
Andrea.
believe this is you.
Andrea, just go ahead and unmute. I'm gonna lower all the hands just so that.
Greetings all. Raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Michelle.
No.
So I think we can move on to part B, which are the awnings at the second and third floors. The committee
Well,
was,
Okay.
sorry,
It
are we?
Vote passed. 40 yes, 1 no.
Thank you, Sandra. Now we're going to part B, which are the fixed awnings at the second and third floors, which on the skirt of the awning would have the signage, the Bucciolati name on the skirts. The committee was not opposed to the awnings on any of the floors, the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors, only opposed to the name Bucciolati. That was not a unanimous vote. There were 3 of us who were in favor of the signage, and thus were not part of the majority that voted a disapproval for the signage, and that was me, David Halpern, and Anthony Kahn. Elizabeth. Elizabeth?
Yep, thank you. I just needed to be unmuted. Are there other stores in the historic district that have their store names on awnings on the second and third floors?
Yes, there are, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And they showed some comparables. Alita,
Thank you. Just waiting to unmute. I just wanted to say, since I voted against the awnings, why? There's a lot of signage on the store. It's not a wide store. They have the signage of the name on the front of the marquee. They're putting it on the sides of the marquee. They have the awnings that we really, or I felt that they didn't need the additional signage on Madison Avenue. I could clearly see the name from across the street. I hope their business thrives, but it just seemed to be a little too commercial and a little too much advertising for the context of the other shops and small buildings on Madison Avenue. Thank you.
thank you, Alita. Rami,
Call the question.
Rami, you're really Johnny on the spot tonight.
I need a second.
Paul.
I see a few.
Did we get a second? I see Chuck seconding. Thank you, Chuck.
Rebecca.
Any opposed to calling the question? Doesn't look like it. Go ahead.
If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Russell,
No.
Elizabeth,
No.
Craig,
Oh, I raised my hand.
Craig,
Craig, go ahead and unmute again.
Sorry, I think someone spoke over me. I said no.
Michelle.
Yeah, I'm just confused. This was a disapproval, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm voting yes, so I should take my hand down. Okay.
Okay. Anthony,
No.
Addison,
No.
Sherry,
No.
Rohit,
No.
Bill,
No.
Jane,
No.
Judy,
No.
Rita,
No.
Barbara,
No.
Paul,
No.
David,
No.
Rami,
No.
Taina,
No.
Cause. Can you repeat? Can we unmute Cause?
Yeah, 1 second. You said no, but go ahead, cause.
Yeah, I said no.
Andrea,
No.
Adam,
No.
Billy,
No.
Dory,
No.
Valerie,
I'm abstaining.
Lindsay,
No.
Greg,
No.
Wilma, star 6 or star 9 to unmute, Will.
I think she's using a tablet today, and so just look for a button that says unmute at the bottom.
While we're waiting for Wilma, let's unmute Ed.
Go ahead, Ed.
No.
I'm a no. See if we can get Wilma.
We have Vanessa.
Vanessa,
Sorry about that, I dropped. No.
Still waiting on Wilma.
Wilma, just look for a button on your screen that says to unmute.
I think we're going to need a substitute
The
resolution.
resolution failed.
So moved.
I can get you a
Substitute.
tally shortly.
So does that,
Substitute
I
resolution
think
to
we need a
approve.
substitute resolution from the floor.
Yeah, Rami's moving to approve.
I need a second.
Who's going to second?
Can we,
Paul.
Paul is raising his hand.
Elizabeth, it looked like Elizabeth seconded.
Sure.
So I think we can go to a vote on the substitute unless,
we still need to wait for Wilma's vote.
oh, okay.
Wilma, can you find a button to unmute? It's going to be in a different spot from where the raise hand is.
In the meantime, I think there are a couple of people who want to speak on the substitute resolution.
Yeah.
Will, maybe you should call Wilma. Will,
I can hop off for a second.
okay.
Val raised her hand up to speak.
Valerie, did you want to say something about the substitute resolution?
Can someone say exactly what the substitute resolution is?
It would be in favor of the lettering, the Bucciolati logo signage on the awnings on the second and third floors of the Browns.
Okay, thank you for the
You're
clarification.
welcome. Anybody else want to comment? I don't see any other raised hands.
So then I'll call the question.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I think we can go to a vote.
Yeah, I think Elizabeth seconded.
Alita, I see your hand up.
Rami, you're up.
Just about the vote. Are we up to that?
Yeah, secretaries, go ahead.
So I vote no.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Elizabeth,
No.
Michelle,
No.
Sherry,
No.
Abraham, Abraham, can you repeat? Is it me or am I having audio trouble?
We hear you.
I cannot hear Abraham.
He hasn't been unmuted yet.
Abraham, I'm sorry, I saw you unmuted before, but I could not hear you.
For some reason, he's not able to unmute and he's saying he's
Okay.
voting no.
Thank you. Sahar,
No.
Rita,
No.
Sherry,
No.
Marco,
No.
Peggy, did you want to vote? Did I miss you?
Thanks. I'm voting no.
And I spoke to
and-
Wilma. She was a no on the first vote, and she's a yes on this vote.
Okay.
And
Yes,
Sarah,
I vote no.
seeing no other votes, resolution carries. But I'll get you a tally in a second, but the tally on the first item was 39 to 1, and it carried.
I think, Anthony, we're ready for you.
Great. Sorry about that. Battery trouble. Anyway, the first of three was unanimous, and it was 630 Park Avenue, which is a neo-Renaissance style building designed by J.E.R. Carpenter, who was actually a reasonably prolific architect on the west side. Sorry, on the east side, in the teens and 20s. And this application was for a small addition to enlarge the resident manager's apartment at the back of the building. It is virtually invisible and from the street, and its approval was unanimous. I don't know if anyone else wants to comment upon it, but it seemed to be a perfectly nice and low-key addition.
Marco has his hand up.
Thank you, Anthony. I would like to propose that since all the applications are unanimous approved, can we put together and we have only one vote for all of them?
Yeah, there were two of the three that I handled were unanimous. There was this one, 800 Park Avenue, and the other was 140 East 74th Street, which was a kind of night and day renovation. It's so much better than what's there right now that it was, we could find nothing to criticize.
Michelle seconded that.
Good.
So I think if
right.
let's just see if anyone's opposed to that, and if not, we can call a question on it and go.
Great.
So anyone opposed to taking the two together?
Elizabeth, Rose?
No, I just have a question about the first, which I would like to get answers.
Sure.
So my question is, does the building have the FAR available for this addition?
As David reminds us monthly and appropriately, we are not tasked with whether or not the additions and alterations are code compliant, but just that they are appropriate. This is such a small addition that I can't see how it wouldn't, in fact, be okay. Most of the buildings in that from that period and in that part of the city are under their allowable FAR anyway by at least a little bit.
Just to add a coda to that, they were approved at the building department. So
that doesn't mean that the FAR is available.
So they met the zoning.
They made the fact that they were approved by the building department, as we know, does not necessarily mean that they have the FAR available and it's compliant with zoning. So,
well, I think you have to trust the Department of Buildings, and if you want to look at every project that goes in there and decide whether it meets the zoning or not, I wish you well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So is there anyone else who objects to taking the two unanimous ones together? Or is there anyone who does? And if there is not.
Elizabeth, you're still unmuted. Do you object to taking the votes together?
I would prefer to take them separately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Call the question on the first one.
Is there a second?
Aye.
Anyone opposed to calling the question? All right, secretaries. So this is the approval of 630 Park Avenue.
Yes.
Okay, please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Rose? Elizabeth?
Abstain.
Give it a few more seconds. Okay, so this resolution passed. Yes, was it passed? Yeah, it passed, sorry. One abstaining. 41, yes. Thank you.
Next item.
Okay, so if we're going to take them separately, then the next item is actually 1088 Park Avenue, which is a very fine building from 1924-25 designed by Mott Schmidt. And this, I guess a little bit unusually, this building was originally equipped with a revolving door. The revolving door is very small. And so the applicants wanted to replace the revolving door with swing doors and replace narrow side doors with swing doors with fixed panels. The purpose of this was largely for reasons of accessibility. It is impossible to get a stretcher, an EMS stretcher in or out through either the side doors or the revolving door, even if you could collapse it, which I'm not sure you can, this particular door. So that was one factor. The other factor was a desire on the part of the building staff to have better visibility than they do now of the street. Better visibility of the street now than they have now, given that the sort of no other way to describe it, walls of the revolving door make it a little hard for them to see what's happening on the sidewalk. The committee felt that it was a sensitive and appropriate response to a kind of real life problem. And while it was not unanimous, I think Jane was the objector. Jane voted no, but otherwise we felt that it was a thoughtful response to a really difficult access problem, given that you can't make the whole entrance sequence wider because that's the size of the hole in the building. Jane, did you want to?
I'm just going to explain my no vote. Above the new door design for the doors, there's a beautiful fan light, which they are replacing, and the muttons will now be applied to the glass. Instead of having true divided lights, it'll be a sheet of glass with applied muttons. And on principle, within historic districts, I'm opposed to applied muttons. So that's why I voted no.
The only thing I would add, Jane, and believe me, I am very sympathetic to you as a preservation architect. It's very, very difficult to get the original proportions and also have insulated glazing. And if you have to make the choice between the insulated glazing and getting the correct proportions, sometimes you have no choice but to do the applied mullion. And if it's done well, it's really, in all deference, not noticeable.
Thank you very much, David. As you know, I was the only person who voted against the resolution.
No, and believe me, I am sympathetic. I love it all to be traditionally done, but sometimes it's hard to do it, and sometimes simulating it is better.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems that you sometimes have with trying to do true divided lights with insulated glass units is that the actual muntins get bigger. It's hard to keep them as small as they were in the 20s when it was a single pane of glass.
Correct.
Okay, anybody else?
You have some
hand up
hands.
from Chuck.
I'd like to call a question on this resolution.
Second.
Marco seconds. Yeah, you got a bunch of seconds.
Okay,
Anyone opposed
so
to
then-
calling the question? No, go ahead.
If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your
Oh.
hand.
Here, I have to raise my hand.
Abstain.
No.
Seeing no others, the resolution carries, but Ed is away.
Okay. And then the last item, which we did not take together, is 140 East 74th Street, a building built in the 1870s. It's just off the corner of Lexington 74th Street, and it is a restaurant. And they would like to renovate and modernize is the wrong word, actually harmonize their sidewalk extension with the rest of the building. And the existing one is in poor repair. The proposed alteration is not larger than the existing footprint. And I think it's safe to say that the committee felt that it was so much infinitely nicer that there was really hardly any discussion. It's really a very fine and sensitive renovation, and really enhances that corner of 74th and Lexington, or will enhance that corner of 74th and Lexington. I don't know if anybody has any questions about it.
Yeah, Peggy Price has her hand up first, then Alita Camp.
I'd like to call the question.
Second.
Any objections?
Seeing none.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the resolution passes unanimously, but Ed is away.
Okay, and I think that's
all
concludes
five.
landmarks. Yes.
And thank you, Anthony, for all of your help.
No. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you
My
again.
pleasure.
All right, let's move to transportation, which is next.
Yes, we have 5 resolutions, and the first resolution is the one that we heard a lot of discussion about. That's protected bike lanes, and Craig is going to take this one. Craig, you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chuck. Good evening, everyone. First, I just want to say to Nick Ross and all of the family and friends of Carling Mott, I would like to extend my deepest condolences for myself and on behalf of the Transportation Committee. We are just so sorry for you.
Yes, and I want to join in that too, actually, Craig. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Since there are attendees tonight and members of the board who are not members in the 2015 and 16 timeframe, I just want to take a moment to clarify what occurred during that pivotal timeframe regarding bike lanes, because there seems to be a misconception as to what took place and why those who said that CB8 was opposed to bike lanes may have come to that conclusion. So in November 2015, there were actually 32 yes votes against 6 no votes and 8 abstentions for a resolution asking DOT to, quote, propose a network of painted crosstown bike lanes on the Upper East Side to be implemented in the short term, and to propose for longer term implementation a network of crosstown bike routes on the Upper East Side using the safest appropriate design. So in responding to that, DOT came back a few months later to present 3 pairs of painted bike lanes, and the Transportation Committee ultimately voted 9-2 in support of 3 proposed pairs of bike lanes on 70th and 71st, 77th and 78th, and 84th and 85th Streets. But then it was only when the full board voted on this package of proposed bike lanes, and yes, a package, so all 3 together, that the vote failed, because essentially any member of the board who opposed even one of those pairs or streets in which a bike lane was proposed essentially voted against the whole package. And then there was some discussion, and unfortunately an attempt to vote on each pair individually never actually happened and was not permitted, thus resulting in no support for bike lanes in the public domain and creating this false impression that this committee and board oppose bike lanes and bike safety. But it is clear today that that was a mistake to not have voted separately on each corridor, as I believe from my recollection that at least 2 of the 3 pairs would have most likely passed and possibly all of them would have. So that brings us to tonight, and tonight's resolution picks up where that debate left off, with painted crosstown bike lanes still in place on 70th and 71st and 77th and 78th. And now there are protected bike lanes on 61st and 62nd, but that obviously means that there are still significant gaps in the bike lane network in the East 80s, in and around Central Park. And then, of course, as everyone alluded to, there's this glaring lack of protected bike lanes, except on 1st and 2nd Avenues and 61st and 62nd Streets. And we still have the issue of getting through Central Park. So this is the focal point of the resolution, which basically is requesting that New York City DOT provide fully protected crosstown bike lanes approximately every 10 blocks between 60th and 110th Streets, or what equates to the whole length of Central Park, on both sides of the park, and a 2-way protected bikeway around Central Park. And that DOT should present such plans to Community Board 8 as soon as possible. So at the Transportation Committee, this passed by a margin of 12 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention, excuse me. So I guess let's take comments. So first we have Paul Crickler.
Thank you, Craig. First of all, I don't know if Nick is on still, and also Thomas and Cheryl. I'm so sorry for your loss. It's awful that you have to sit through this stuff again. And also, I believe that Carling's mother's on this call as well. And again, to you, I'm really so sorry for your loss. I'm not going to repeat what Craig just said. I think it's very clear paint does not work. We need protected bike lanes every 10 blocks or so up and down the length. This will be not only something that stops more people being killed on our streets, it will also be transformative in terms of how tens of thousands of people will get around this city. I don't know if this is the right time to do this because it's my first time doing a resolution, but I would like to call this to question. I hope there's overwhelming support in this committee, like there is from the members of the public who spoke out.
Yeah, I think because you were speaking to it, you can't call the question. I'm sorry.
All right.
Sorry. But next we have Marco Tamayo.
Thank you, Greg. I am in opposition of an incomplete safety protection bike plan. Recklessly, speedily, and unexpectedly, a bicyclist crossed with his bike. A bicycle crossed with his bike in front of bus 31, which was in motion toward the corner of York and 82nd Street, as well as these audacious bicyclists went against the traffic at 82nd Street, almost playing Russian roulette. Even though bus 31 was reducing its speed to reach the 82nd bus stop, the conductor had to press his brakes to avoid any injuries on this careless bicyclist. And all of us inside the bus were concerned with his biker's life. In brief, I believe we need to protect this biker too. Furthermore, even though the Street Life Committee has by default to all applicants sign an affidavit that all deliveries, including any third-party delivery provider, shall comply with the traffic rules. Many of them are biking on the sidewalks, putting many seniors and walkers in serious danger. Please, fellow community members, once a senior falls, many of them go directly to the grave. No a second chance for them. Therefore, we need to have a comprehensive safety plan for all bikers, including this reckless biker, as well as we need to protect the life of our seniors and the rest of the bicyclists. So let's protect everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marco. Next we have Billy Freeland.
Oh, good evening, everybody. I just want to say a couple words. First, I'm going to vote for this resolution. And look, I think its time has come. I want to extend my condolences to Carly Mott's family and to Nick Ross and to everyone affected by her death. This could have been prevented. We, debated bike lanes on 84th and 85th Street. I think it was a couple of years ago, recently when DOT came to us. And the reality is that if you are a cyclist on the street, it is not safe at all right now. And I can tell you from personal experience, when I try to go to Central Park, for example, I go 86th Street from 2nd Avenue up 3rd Ave. I'm putting, my life at risk when I go up 3rd Avenue, if anyone's ever ridden up that way, and then to cut across. There's no protection for me to get to the park. It shouldn't be that difficult to devote a sliver of our street space to cyclists. And I think others will make all the points about, statistically the benefits of bike lanes for all street users, but I just want to make the following, and maybe it's sort of, what Marco said, it's going to kind of preview what a concern others may have. Yes, we need everyone to follow the rules on our streets. We need, everyone to be better, including cyclists like myself. But when we put in infrastructure for cars, we don't say, well, wait a second, we don't have zero car accidents. We don't have zero reckless drivers. Why don't we wait? No, we don't wait. We make sure that there are roads that people can actually drive on. And right now, there are not roads, there are not streets for people to bike on, certainly not adequately. This will save lives. This is just one step. We're simply asking DOT to actually make this a priority and to implement or present at least a plan. So there's nothing final about this resolution, but I do think not only would it be timely, but it would certainly be the very least we can do to stand up for street safety. It's something I know that we all value as a board. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Billy. Next we have Alita.
Thank you. I just want to say briefly what I said at the transportation meeting, which is that 84th and 85th Street as through streets from the park are not supposed to have trucks on them. There are signs on Madison Avenue instructing trucks to go up to 86th Street. I don't know what the signage is like on 85th Street, and I'm actually assuming that trucks aren't permitted on 85th Street, but trucks do not follow the signs. There is no enforcement all day long. Trucks are going up 84th Street and I see them going down 85th Street. There needs to be enforcement. I call on our city council members to get enforcement and prevent trucks from being on the side streets on which they're not supposed to be. And that includes private bus companies as well. The other thing is, I think a lot of the issues with street usage is because of the amount of congestion in our neighborhood. It's the densest neighborhood, as we all know, in the city. And I also call on our city council members to call for reasonable development and limit the amount of congestion that is hitting our streets and causing all kinds of problems. So of course, I support safety for bicyclists, for pedestrians, for everybody, but these are other issues that also need to be addressed and do contribute to the problem. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Alita. Rita Popper.
Call the question.
All right.
There a second?
Several seconds.
Is there a second?
Seconds, right? I see seconds. I see Jane and Lori.
So let's just see if anyone's opposed to calling the question. And then we can,
I'll lower all the hands. Raise your hand if you are opposed to calling the question.
Couple of people there. Why do we call the roll?
All right, if you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. So,
No.
Elizabeth,
No.
Marco,
Thank you. No.
all right, seeing no others, the resolution carries.
Okay.
All
The
right,
second,
thank
the
you.
second resolution we have concerns the Open Streets program. And this is a program that DOT has where people can request, they say open streets, they really mean streets closed for their activities, open to them. And we have 11 schools that have applied to do this. And we had and really, we posted this, and all the complaints were about the Allen Stevenson School on 78th Street between Park and Lex. And we had a number of people at the meeting that said the school abuses the privileges. It's from 7 to 4 that they have it, and they use it for purposes they're not supposed to use it for. There's a lot of very excessive noise, and there were a number of doctors who have offices on that street and say that their patients who have trouble getting around have great difficulty getting there because they often park vehicles and things that block it up. And it was clear from the testimony of all the people involved that this was a serious issue. And Colleen Chattergoon from the Department of Transportation said, yes, it really seems like a big problem, and they would like a resolution from us. And so we basically passed a resolution that does a couple of things. And one of them says that requests that DOT look into concerns raised by the residents and businesses on 78th Street and work with the residents in the Allen Stevenson School to make changes to the open streets program that is currently in place, and further resolve that we request that DOT going forward come to us with all open street requests before they get approved. The only reason we didn't take any direct action against the Allen Stevenson School is that they were not present. But I think we're waiting to see what the DOT comes up with, and next month we may have a further resolution to go before the board. But this resolution was passed unanimously. Any discussions, Rebecca? I see Rebecca's the first.
Yeah, sorry, I raised my hand before you started this item. Just really quickly, I would love, now that the previous resolution passed, for the Transportation Committee to try and be involved in where exactly those bike lanes would be installed. I think there are some streets that make more sense than others, and I would have liked to further allow us to comment on where we thought they would be most useful in the future.
Okay. Thanks, Rebecca. Marco, I see, has a hand up.
Thank you, Chuck. The only, yes, I support the application. The only thing I had to let you know, everybody, especially the new members, the school came to us and they asked more floor area, and they filed, I think it was Euler or a variance, I don't recall very well. But one of the situations was that they promised do not use the street. Oh, no, I didn't. Yes, absolutely. We can check in the records. And this was because somebody asked this question to them, and they said, no, that's what we like to have, a good space on the roof. And we support that, and that is what we recommend the approval of that. And with that, I am going to finish, and thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, Marco. Barbara Rudder. Can we unmute Barbara?
Call the question.
Is there a second? Okay, second. Any objections to calling the question? I don't seeing none. Do you? I don't see anyone. So can the secretaries call the roll? Or one of the secretaries, I should say.
I believe it's Andrea.
Please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Addison.
Hi, I'm sorry. I know I don't technically have to do this, but I'm going to recuse myself on this one and vote not for cause because I was a graduate of Allen Stevenson and my involvement with the school as an alumnus remains pretty substantial. So I think in the spirit of good faith, it's best not for me to participate in this one.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Anything?
It's like no one else has their hand raised, so it passed. Resolution passed with one not voting.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Item 3, Craig, why don't you take this one for the revocable consent?
Sure. So this was, hold on, I'm just trying to get back to my notes. So this one was a revocable consent to, sorry, I thought I had it up, but apparently I didn't. Here we go. For to construct, maintain, and use a fenced-in areaway and snow melt system at 34/36 East 70th Street. So there are basically two pieces to this. They were going to be building an extension of a sunken areaway in front of the building, and then they are also going to be installing a snow melt system under the sidewalk. And that sunken areaway is basically being done in part in a response to applications that were made to the Landmarks Committee and to LPC in order to preserve aspects of the front facade of that building. So the proposal is to essentially further extend the sunken areaway 3 feet 8 inches into the public right of way. There's also an area in front of the building right now that is currently not used, that is within the property line. So part of that sunken areaway is going to be under there also. But the encroachment to the sidewalk is 3 feet 8 inches, and it's going to match up with the stoops and at the adjacent property. So it's not going to have any real impact on sidewalk clearance, which will still remain at 9 feet 8 inches. So that's basically the gist of it. And then the snow melt system was the second piece of it. And this resolution passed the committee by a vote of 6 yes, 3 no, and 2 abstentions. So let's go to comments. Alita Camp.
Thank you. I oppose these kinds of revocable consents where an owner intrudes into public space, even if it matches up with adjoining property. There is a principle of using public space for the public, especially as streets become more congested. We've exhibited an interest in preserving space for the public in various instances, including in this meeting, and how safety matters. Crowded streets are not safe. There's no reason to create a moat and to go out and intrude into the public space, even if it does match up. So I completely and irrevocably oppose this irrevocable consent. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alita. Next we have Barbara Rutter.
Okay, I agree with Alita on that part, but I think that some will not be too shocked to hear that I am totally against the snow melt system. I've been speaking about this for years and it's never passed, and I'm going to say it once and there's another one and I won't talk again about it. There's so many reasons for it. First of all, we are overwhelmed with the amount of construction that's going on. One of the 2 applicants that asked for this said it will take 2 weeks for them to break up the sidewalk to put this snow melt in. This is 2 weeks that we as pedestrians, anybody that's against intrusion on the sidewalk, I don't understand why we're not also saying that for 2 weeks with all of the construction going on, we wouldn't be for it. Yes. It is only works with a very little bit. It is the low heat, so it will only work if it's like an inch or 2 of snow. You're talking about a home that's just a few feet. Somebody can go out with a broom and sweep it. One of the things that has been said, so one time when Extell came in front of us to talk about their project on First Avenue between 79th and 80th, one of our community board members, I tried to find exactly which date, community board members asked Mr. Barnett, who's the head of Extell, somebody, whether you agree with Extell or not, we all must admit he knows what he's talking about in terms of development. And he said, of course I wouldn't have one. They break, you have to keep redoing it, and they have very little effect because it's of so little. I would have actually approved because that is such a big area as opposed to little one. it has been asked a couple of times and it has been answered in the past about what happens with the water. People say, well, I'd rather not walk on the snow. It melts and puddles and freezes over. Everybody I know, and I know several people that have had accidents, it's because of black ice and not because of snow. This will cause black ice. To me, it is there's no reason for it. It is for very little snow. Oh, in terms of the electricity, I know I've heard not just from somebody on the community board, but generally, should we have electric cars because it uses electricity? This is using electricity. They said, oh, not much. It only goes on when it reaches a certain temperature. So when it reaches 32 degrees, this is automatically going to go on using our grid. I see absolutely no reason for it. Somebody can shovel an inch or two of snow and put sand down so that we don't slip. And I wish people would vote against it, but and I promise I will not talk about the last one. I'm talking about two of them together.
All right, thank you, Barbara. And next we have Michelle Birnbaum.
Yeah, I oppose this because it is intruding on the public way. They're coming out past the building line, and there is a very long wrought iron fence that will define that area that to me is very intrusive. It's on property that doesn't belong to them. Let me talk about the snow melt system. I had been in favor of these. With respect to Mr. Barnett, it is true that in his new property on 79th Street, he is not putting it in because he questions its efficiency and all that, but he did put it in at 1010 Park and it exists. It's there now and that's his property. I have been for these because there are some that are liquid gas systems and there are others that are electrical. From now on, the ones that are electrical, I will be opposing because of we are not generating any more electricity. We are not increasing our grid, and yet we are insisting that more and more things become electric. And this is going to hit the fan. The electricity prices are already going through the roof, and there's a lot more to be said about that. I won't go into it now. But the other thing that it always concerns me, and a question that I always ask, is where can the repairs be done? In many cases, the repairs, if the system breaks, it can be done from within the house. In other situations, the street has to be broken up again in case it needs to be repaired. Okay, bottom line for this one, my primary reason for voting against it was the intrusion in the public way, and my approval for the next one. I'll ask some questions about it before I make a decision, because if that's an electrical system, I might reverse my vote, but I need some more information. I have to read, I have to refresh my memory as to what that said. So bottom line is, for the one we're working on now, I voted to disapprove.
Thank you, Michelle. And the next one is an electric one, but we'll get to that. Next we have,
I might point out, this has been approved. This project was approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. They needed their approval and has gotten their approval to do that. So just for the record.
Yes, thank you, Chuck. That is correct. Rami.
I'm sorry about the other hands up, but call the question.
Is there a second? I see
Valerie.
Okay. See Valerie. Okay. Anyone object to calling the question at this point? Can't, a couple of people, but okay. So why don't the secretary call the roll on?
Yep, this one's me. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. I see Sherry.
No.
Russell.
No.
Elizabeth.
No.
Alita.
No.
Michelle.
No.
Abraham.
No.
Elizabeth. Oh, Peggy, did I miss you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Peggy. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Elizabeth.
No.
Valerie,
No.
Rebecca,
No.
Barbara,
No.
Sahar,
No.
Sarah,
No.
Bill,
No.
Lindsay,
No.
Jane,
No.
Andrea,
No.
Mrs. Brown,
No.
resolution carries. I'll have a tally for you in a minute.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Rami. While you tally that, we might as well move on to the next one. Just let us know if it didn't carry.
It did carry. I guess they said
Yeah,
it carried.
I thought it did. All right, the next item.
Sorry, before we move on to the next item, Wilma just called me and she was a no on that one. Wilma Johnson, no.
Does that change anything?
Wait, I'm working on it. It shouldn't, but hold on a second.
I think you're right. Let's just move on and we can go back to it.
Move on and come back to me.
Okay, will do. All right, the next item was another revocable consent. This one just to construct, maintain, and use a snow melt system. This is down the block from the last one at 165 East 70th Street. And it's just that, solely for a snow melt system under the sidewalk. It is an electric snow melt system. And it will encompass an area of nearly 500 square feet. And there really aren't many details to share about it. And it will take a couple of weeks to construct. And then, similar to the last one, I should have mentioned this last time, there's a request that that the applicant commit to complying with an energy code, and that the application be filed as a standard application. And this applicant, along with the last one, agreed to those stipulations. All right. Peggy Price. Can we unmute Peggy, please?
Peggy, you should have an option to unmute.
Oh, call the question, please.
Second.
All right. Are there any objections?
Anyone opposed? Yeah.
To voting? All right. If you can clear. Okay.
If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Michelle.
Yeah, I'm changing my vote because of my previous comments. I'm not supporting additional use of electricity.
So right now.
So I'm voting.
Alita.
No.
Carrie.
No.
Peggy.
No.
Chuck.
Not voting for cause. A client of our firm is involved in this application.
Sahar.
No.
Sarah.
No.
Barbara.
No.
Elizabeth.
No.
Abraham.
No.
Elizabeth Ashby.
I thought I did vote no.
Oh, yes, sorry. You were still unmuted. Andrea.
Andrea, we did.
I said no. Y'all can, oh, no. Y'all can hear me? Sorry.
No, we
No.
couldn't.
We can hear you.
All right,
Now we do.
the resolution
Wait,
carries.
one more second. One more. Wilma Johnson, also no.
Okay, if we're through, the last number 5 item is we had a request from a neighborhood resident to convert the parking regulations in front of 211 East 83rd Street from no parking back to alternate side of the street parking. These are 4 spaces in front of the former Church of St. Elizabeth, Hungary, which closed its doors in 2016. You might ask why it's still like it is, but it is. And it's no longer necessary as no parking. And there were no objection raised, and DOT indicated they would support this request. And so the resolution that was put forward, which was passed unanimously, was to request they convert 4 spaces in front of 211 East 83rd Street from no parking to alternate sides parking. That was, again, unanimous. Michelle?
Call the question, please.
Is there a second? Marco seconds. Okay, any objections to calling the question? Okay, hearing none. Can the secretaries call the roll, or one of the secretaries?
I have a point of order. The third item passed, the one, but it was closed as 22 to 19.
Okay. It's not exactly a point of order, but that's okay.
Oh.
Just a point of information. But are you handling this?
It's not really a point of information either. It's just information.
Not a point.
Let's go ahead with the. Let's go ahead.
Not a point of information either. Right. You're right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh,
Please raise on voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please. I see no hands. The resolution passed unanimously. Thank you.
I believe we're finished, Mr. Chairman.
That's right. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to move now to the report of the Congestion Pricing Task Force and Alita and Craig, and there is a resolution. I'm just going to move to table the resolution, largely because there was a similar resolution that came out of the task force. I think it was 3 years ago, and I think I actually had proposed it, but it was not approved by the full board.
It was May 2021. It was even more recent than that.
More recent than that. Okay. So I'm moving to table, and in which case, then we'd go back to the task force to have another meeting in October and start looking into the specifics of the proposal and different aspects of it, and how congestion prices can work. So if that's seconded, we can go in.
It was seconded by Rita.
Secretaries.
Somebody has to call the question, right?
No. It's not debatable, so it's effectively a call to question.
All right, then I'll turn my hand into a second.
Rebecca, I think this one's you.
All right, if you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Rebecca?
Yeah, I raised my hand because I'm confused what's happening right now. So are we voting to approve the resolution?
We're voting to table the resolution.
Okay, follow-up question. Implementation is going to start soon, and I'm just concerned that if we kick things back, we don't have much power here at all. But if we delay more, I have more concern. And my concern comes from the perspective of a disabled New Yorker. And that's something that's largely been left out of the conversation, and also something I'll say that is lacking in the resolution I see. It's really unique how this will impact us. So this is something I would say we should focus on in a different kind of way and maybe not table
So
tonight.
it's not, well, all right. So the motion to table is not debatable. There is going to be another meeting of the Congestion Pricing Task Force in October. And I think that's sort of all for now. And we just have to vote on the motion to table or not. If the motion table fails, then we'll vote on this resolution and what have you. But I just think any sort of discussion about specifics of congestion pricing separate and apart from the resolution that came out of the task force, I think would have to wait for committee level discussion in any event.
I'm just confused what more committee discussion can happen since the toothpaste is kind of out of the tube. This is moving forward. I would rather the board pivot and be more full throated like we were around redistricting, trying to make some positive change for things we want to see here instead of just kicking the can back and forth.
All right, so let's vote on the motion to table and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, I vote against tabling. Thank you.
All right, Rebecca's a no. Valerie?
I'm a no.
Michelle?
I'm a no, but I just need some clarification from Russell. Let me understand what motion to table means. If you don't put an end date on it, does that mean that if it goes back to the committee, we can take it up anytime? In other words, what are there, when you say motion to table, does it only mean for this minute in time, or does it need to have some kind of parameters with it?
It doesn't need any parameters. It just, it's not doing it now. It goes back to the task force and then decide what to do in future.
So then at our next task force meeting, we can do whatever. We can reintroduce it if we want to, or amend it or whatever.
Sorry, I lost sound. Go ahead.
Excuse me? I just want to understand that. Sorry, Russell, I didn't hear what you said. Oh, he's muted. Russell is muted.
But you can reintroduce.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. So what I said was, sorry. So what I said was, yeah, it goes back to the task force. It's not acted on now, and it's basically goes back to the task force for the task force to sort of figure out what to do from there.
Okay, well, I'll vote no because I don't know what other changes we can do, but maybe that will come up. But for the moment, I'll vote no.
Okay, Taina?
Hi, can I not vote for cause on a motion to table? I think the answer is yes, right?
I think if you wouldn't have been able to vote on the resolution,
Yes, I can't vote on the resolution.
Then
So,
yeah, for the same reason, you cannot vote for cause.
yep, I have a client with an interest in this matter, so I would like to not vote for cause.
I'm a no. Abraham?
I'm also a no.
Greg?
No.
Vanessa?
No.
Lori?
No.
Sarah?
No.
Andrea?
No.
Addison?
No.
Marco?
No, thank you.
Seeing no others, the resolution has been tabled.
All right, thank you. So we will move now to the next committee report, which is the Street Fairs Committee. Barbara and Wilma. Valerie, go ahead.
Just a point of order. I thought that you said that if Rebecca wanted to make a substitute motion, that she could make that if she wanted to. I mean, I'm not.
No, it's going back to the, no, it would go back to the committee.
Okay.
Well, I think it should go.
I just want to ask for a point of clarification. One of the reasons that we brought this up today is because the deadline for testimony is the 23rd. And, you know, other boards have weighed in and are weighing in. Board 11.
Sorry, the deadline for
the deadline for submission of testimony to the MTA is the 23rd.
So the Transportation Mobility Review Board is going to be making rules for a long time. I mean, that process is not ending on the 23rd. So we're going to have a lot of time to weigh in on this and have our views now.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were telling Rebecca that she could, if this was tabled, she could make a substitute motion. I don't see why she would be prevented from doing that if she wants to. I don't know what her motion is or what she's thinking about, but I just as a point of clarification or order or whatever, under new business, she could actually bring that up if she wanted to. Is that correct?
Okay, let's unmute Rebecca.
Yeah, I share similar concerns. I've already submitted testimony because the deadline's approaching on the 23rd. They already pushed it back once. We should be on record. I don't agree with all of the opposition here. I'm approaching this from a unique space that's really personal to me and personal to people in the community and throughout the city. And it's been completely ignored. And I'm sorry, the task force, I love the people with disabilities were mentioned, but saying it'll impact us, that's not enough. We can't rely on the subway system. And right now, hearing that the board is going to take a step back again to then go a step forward, we're already non-binding. The toothpaste is out of the tube. There's not much we can do. And we were just commended for leaning in so much on redistricting to fight for the change we want to see. Why aren't we doing the same thing here? Implementation is going to start in 2023. 2023 is a few months away. If we kick it back to the task force, then we wait a month for the next full board, then we're going through the process. Like, this game of delay is what the MTA does all the time for people with disabilities. And now to have this game of delay here, it's just too much for me. It's too much. I breathe the same air. I breathe the same congestion. Like, it's just a little too much. So that's what I'm saying. Something that's going to be implemented. I'm not done yet. Reclaiming my time. Something that will be implemented no matter what we say or do. We can't play the game of delay. We're not going to get all the exemptions we want. Disabled people are going to be harmed. Vulnerable New Yorkers are going to be harmed. We need to use our power now to speak full-throatedly about the changes we want to see, the pragmatic changes, and going back through and passing another resolution that says we oppose it is not my pragmatic way of working on this. And it doesn't seem to be what's happening at the task force level either. And again, if we have a great example that we're being commended for with what we did with redistricting, where we're going to keep our district whole and we're going to keep Roosevelt Island, why can't we be doing that here? Why can't we?
So what you're describing is not what the resolution is, right? And so, yeah, what happened was, which we tabled.
Highlighting our issues with congestion pricing. And I'm just saying, again, if we go through this resolution process, we're missing a bite at the apple where we can be on record with these feelings because the deadline's approaching.
Yes, we are, and candidly, I think we did. And so basically, what happened in 2021 is we passed a resolution out of the task force opposing congestion pricing. It did not pass the full board. I think the idea at that time was for the task force to go through and then make specific recommendations about what we like and what we don't like. And we now have another resolution that is duplicative, essentially, of the one that we did in 2021. And so I agree. I think that what the task force should do is go and make specific recommendations about specific issues. That's my suggestion. That's what I would like them to do. I don't think that this full board meeting is the time to craft those recommendations and those specifics. So I agree that that's what I would like to have the task force do. And that what you've described, again, I don't think is what this resolution is that we tabled. So I think that is a task for the task force over the course of not just October, but the next several months.
Rebecca, I'd like to ask if you would, or a member of your community, come to the next task force meeting and speak specifically about the issues that this raises so that they could be included if we have a resolution on that, because I think it's really important to address it. And every group that is affected in a different way. It's kind of like the saying from, I think it was Anna Karenina, that all happy families are happy in the same way and all unhappy families are unhappy in different ways. The people who oppose congestion pricing oppose it for many, many, many different reasons. And I, for one, would really like to hear what the specific reasons are about people with disabilities so that they can be addressed and specifically discussed.
And thank you. If I could just add, thank you, Leader, for those comments. And I would say I would be happy to make that item 1 at our next task force meeting, which will be in October. And I would, Rebecca, personally request that you participate and be part of that discussion, because we haven't had people from your community at our task force meetings be able to lead that discussion before. We've tried. Unfortunately, at our meetings, it seems as if no matter how much we try to be inclusive of every topic, it comes down to a more simplistic yes or no discussion, which is frustrating to me as a co-chair, that we haven't been able to come up with anything concrete yet. And I think we need to change our strategy going forward. But I also just want to add, in terms of the process, the deadline for the 23rd is essentially a deadline for the environmental assessment comments. It's not a deadline for setting policy with this, because essentially those comments are really being consumed by the Federal Highway Administration and those involved in making the final determinations as to the environmental impacts of the congestion pricing plan. And there are 2 alternatives that are being proposed. There's the no action alternative, which means congestion pricing isn't implemented, and then there is the action alternative. And within the action alternative, there were 7 scenarios that were tested and modeled, but those don't necessarily mean that those are the 7 options. Traffic Mobility Review Board is going to be the ultimate arbiter of all of these policies, and they're going to be making policies.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is true.
It's going to go to the tunnel authority to set the tolls.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So that's a technicality. They are going to set it based off of the recommendations of the Traffic Mobility Review Board.
Well,
but that's semantics, though.
Well, can I just say, Rebecca, I'll defer to you. You can jump in and take over for me. But here's where we are. Okay, we just spend all this time talking about various issues and relitigating them here at the full board meeting. So let me just say, as the person on behalf of Michelle that proposed the disapproval, why can't we do a resolution that says we disapprove of the program, but if you go forward, these are all the things that need to be fixed? Why can't we phrase it that way? I think we can spend the time and do it. And
that's a job for the task force.
Why is it a job for the task force? Well, we're going to come back and everybody's going to re-debate it when we get here.
Yes. And also, as someone that submitted testimony before the deadline purposely, Craig, what you're saying is true, but to be a part of their decision making, is it going to be $23 each way? Is it going to be one way? How are we doing it? How are exemptions applied? Will exemptions be a part of it? These are things that we need to have on the record now. I do advocacy professionally. I work in this government space professionally. So if there is a hearing and they did a series of 6 public hearings and we haven't put anything forth on that, that's a problem. And that, for me as a community member, also for the task force, I just want to say it's a little hurtful to say we haven't heard from anyone in your community. I've been on this board since 2017, and you could have invited me to come anytime sooner. I've been vocal about this during the
come to any meeting.
Okay,
so that's something personal to me. And it is the job of the task force to come up with those kinds of specific recommendations. Right now, here today in this full board meeting, we don't have that before us as a product of the task force.
Well, you tabled the motion. So, she could have made a friendly amendment that added the disapproval and or the other piece to it.
Yeah, well, we did. We tabled it because the motion that came out was not a motion that had those kind of detailed specifics that you're describing. That's something that the task force.
Have the opportunity
No. The opportunity to do that, the appropriate time to do that kind of detailed, specific work about specifics about what is in the EAS is at the task force. We can't do that at the full board. We don't have time to do that at the full board. So unfortunately, the task force did not produce a resolution with that kind of detail that addressed those kinds of specifics. It came out with a resolution that was a blanket disapproval of the program. I moved to table that resolution for the reasons that I said. I don't want to get more into this, but it's not debatable. So,
But
there's no
Russell,
motion
you're
on
the
the floor
only one
now.
who can speak without being called on.
I was called, well, you're right. That's true. I did.
So
I
then
used
you
my
tabled it.
chairs. Right, and I tabled it. That's correct. And
Okay,
it's the tabling, and the tabling is not debatable.
It's
So
also
if there's
rest
another,
my
if
case.
there's a-
this is my last comment on this, because this is frustrating in just a few ways. And I understand there are other people that have other feelings on all sides, and I respect that. But we're almost 4 hours in, and a bunch of people from the public came here to hear about this issue as well. And now we're tabling something that over 100 people were on our meeting for at some point. So that's also part of this conversation. If we can have full-throated debates about bike lanes and sidewalk melt systems and electrical versus gas systems, why are we not having this debate now? And I don't need an answer. Please don't respond to me. Don't want that. We can kick it back to the task force. But when the task force comes back with the same thing, or when I attend this task force and I'm told, like the borough president said, oh, we have exemptions, it's going to be great for you. I don't need to hear that. That's not an open and honest conversation. So that's where I'm at on this. And I would like to
Yeah.
see congestion pricing be the perfect image the government wants it to be, where disabled people are not collateral damage, seniors are not collateral damage, and we're making sure the
The
environment's
reason
better,
that we're tabling moving
congestion
on
is
is
better,
because the majority,
and
that's
we
why we're
have
doing it.
accessible
So we're moving
subways.
on.
So I'm going to move on as well. Thank you for your time.
I also want to say that out of all of the 12 community boards in Manhattan, that we are the only one that and I know it doesn't look like it right now, that is approaching congestion pricing proactively. No other community board has a task force, a committee is looking at this in a focused way. So I just wanted to bring that up, that it is, it looks very different from this point of view, and I got that information from the borough president, so I know that it is valid, and I hope that everyone who has an interest in this, our next meeting, I think if it's still okay with Craig, is October 6th. So I hope that everyone who has a specific interest, a general interest, will come and let us hear, because if we don't hear specifically from you, we just don't know what they are. There are so many different points of view that people have on this. Thank you.
We're moving on to the next item. Yeah, Rebecca, what is it?
So I just want to note that currently the community board calendar does not actually reflect or even show an opportunity for the next congestion pricing.
There is an
They-
opportunity.
I would
Thank
like
you for
us to
pointing that
come
out,
up with
but
that
we
by
do.
the end.
They are going to schedule it. I've already been working with them on it, so we're going to
And
schedule in
October
October.
6th is the end of Yom Kippur, so I don't think that's really an
No, it's
appropriate
not.
time
That's
to-
the 5th.
It's not going to be on Yom Kippur. We're going to schedule it for a non-Yom Kippur date, I can assure you. So we're moving on to the next committee report, which is street fairs.
Okay, I need to unmute Barbara. Barbara, please unmute. I'm going to try to unmute Wilma, if she can unmute. Barbara, did
Yeah,
you?
finally, am I
Okay.
unmuted?
Yeah,
Oh my
I hear
gosh,
you.
I'm having trouble with the screen. I'm sorry. Wilma called and said I should take over, so I'm going to do it. The first two street fairs were not unanimous, so I'm putting that in hold. The rest were, but I would like to take number 7, Chabad, out. If anybody wants to vote for all of the unanimous except for number 7, which is Chabad, we can certainly do that if anybody.
I would like to do that. All motion to vote on all of the unanimous resolutions except for number 7 together.
Michelle seconds.
Great. Want to call the question?
Is anyone opposed to doing that? Rita?
Rita, are you opposed?
No.
No, you're
she's
not
Okay.
opposed.
Secretaries, go ahead.
Is it me?
Go for it.
Okay.
Please.
If you're voting no,
Please
if
raise
you're
your
voting-
hand or
oh,
vote abstaining or not voting for cause. I'll give a few more seconds. I don't see any hands, so this passed unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. The first one that was not unanimous, possibly, I don't know if Michelle wants to talk about it. It was Nightingale Banford Homecoming. Do you want to tell why you were against it, Michelle? You voted against it?
I think, well, first of all, it happened already. But I abstained because it was bringing cars onto 79th Street, antique cars. It all sounds great, and I'm sure it was great and successful. And I'm very pro-business, as you all know. As a matter of fact, that was one of the committees I left out. I'm also on the Small Business Committee. So that was not the issue. I didn't have enough information.
Yeah, that was the second one, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Isn't that what you're talking about? That was
No, the first one you also voted against it.
Oh, that one was which one? The Nightingale?
The Nightingale Banford Homecoming. I can't remember why.
Oh, it was Homecoming.
I think it was the trucks.
Were they having trucks?
I think they were having trucks.
Yeah, they were having truck vendors, and I like when fairs are having food, that they're either using the facilities that they have, you know, their own chefs, their own kitchens, or they use the bricks and mortar in the neighborhood. Our neighborhood businesses, they need the business. They're paying high rents. They're struggling. And I like to see them used rather than go outside of the community and have a truck vendor come in, both because they're outside of the community. And I know some of you will say they're part of the community, but that's really quite theoretical. Half the time their commissaries are not even in the community, and they're there on the street, and their motors are running, and they're there with all the things that we are concerned and we object to during the years, and the things that the vendor committee is trying to deal with in terms of enforcement and regulation. So to have them here and to potentially push out one of our own bricks and mortar, I don't support that. So that's my reason for that vote.
Okay, should we take the two together? No, I think we have to take the two.
I don't think you can. They're separate.
So anybody want to call the question on the first one, or any comments?
So moved. Me.
Second.
Okay, so you're calling the question?
Is it me that's running the vote? I guess it is. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, Rita?
I was just seconding.
Oh, thank you. Michelle?
No.
Ms. Brown?
No.
Resolution carries if there are no other votes.
Okay, and now we're up to the second one. Anybody wants to call the question?
So moved.
Great. And second, anybody object to calling the question? Two. Okay, so who is it, Rebecca?
Elizabeth?
Clarify, are we talking about the proposed Chabad Israel Center event?
No. We're talking about the second one, which is the Madison Avenue. It was spoken to at the public member. They're having
okay. Never mind. I'm withdrawing my anything.
Okay.
Anyone else? The resolution
Anybody
carries.
call the question?
Well,
okay.
No, I abstain. You didn't take a vote. You're on number 2, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
the
I
question was
abstain.
called on number 2.
I abstain.
Okay, is anyone else voting on number 2?
Got you.
Okay. So now I could go on to number 7.
Let's just, is anyone else voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause on number 2? All right, go ahead.
Okay. Number 7, Chabad came to us. They have a facility on 2nd Avenue between 92nd and 93rd Street. for Simchas Torah, they wanted to have a small street fair that will bring out the Torah. There will be some singing and all of that. And they wanted it on 92nd Street. Our objection was not what they were doing, but 92nd Street itself. It is a through street for the FDR Drive, and there's also 2 outdoor cafes. We asked if they would go back and come back to us to see if they could change it to 93rd Street. We have not heard. I called and I have not heard that they did call, which my assumption is they means that they're not changing it. They still want it to be 92nd Street. So I think we need a substitute because I think to vote to say we accept you on 93rd Street is moot, I believe. If somebody wants a substitute resolution to vote on it. Do you agree with me, Russell? That's how it should be worked.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would make that motion if you call me.
Okay. What would your substitute?
To approve it as presented. And if
Okay.
it's second, I'll
Anybody
speak
second it?
briefly to it. Rami seconds. So, and as does Addison. So yeah, I think in the absence of them telling us that they can do 93rd Street, I don't think the fact that there are dining sheds on the block should be impediment to somebody having a street fair there. And I think between first and second is far enough away from the FDR Drive that I don't think it should be an obstacle to us doing it. I think if it was a block east, maybe there's sort of different considerations, but I think in the one that they put it in, I think we should just approve it.
Any other comments?
So you have Michelle, then Addison, then Rami.
Yeah, I was going to just table it and give them another opportunity, but I have no problem with the substitute resolution. But what I did want to say, Barbara, is I think you skipped one. You've got a non-unanimous with number 5, the Goat Hill Block Party.
Oh, I apologize. I'll go back to that one after this.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you saw that, that's all. All right, I have no objection to this resolution, that's fine.
Who's next, Rami?
Addison and then Rami.
Okay, Addison.
Well, as I normally do with street fair stuff, I'll call the question.
Rami seconds.
Is it who's
I'll
taking
second
it?
Okay. Anybody object?
Going once, twice.
What? Okay,
Who's taking the vote on this one?
you, I
I'll
think.
take it. All right, there we go. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, resolution passes. That was on 7, correct?
Yes.
That was number 7.
Thank you.
Number 5, Michelle, I think that you were the one that, am I right? Michelle.
She's got her hand up.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Yeah, this is the Goat Hill Block Party.
Right.
I typically oppose this. This is a matter of camaraderie, which a lot of people feel is a terrific thing in the city of New York. It is, except that I'm really generally, usually opposed to arbitrarily closing of blocks because that block just wants to have some kind of camaraderie and have a party. There's no, it's not a Halloween party. It's not, and this is not a school. It's not an institution of any kind. It is just, and no, there'll be no special activity if my recollection is correct. They simply close the street and all get to visit with each other. And maybe if they bring out, I don't even think they may bring out food from their own homes or whatever, but it's basically just a bunch of neighbors visiting. Now that's very nice, except we use city resources for that. The street has to be cleaned. The police have to monitor it. There have to be horses closing the street in the front, you know, on one side and the other. There's a lot of city commitment to go into something like this. And I think it's something, I mean, every block can do this. I know that's the story of if it's a slippery slope, but it's true. It's a slippery slope. So I traditionally vote against these. I think it takes too many city resources for minimal benefit for just a few. Thanks.
I would just like to give a little bit more about GOAT. They had some tragedies. Possibly you remember what they had said. They had a murder on the block. There was a couple of different things that happened where they just felt it was time for camaraderie beyond just a rig that my East 87th Street would have or whatever.
Yeah, but Barbara, they ask for this every year. The tragedy is horrible. Nobody is demeaning that in any sense of the word, obviously. But this is something they routinely request. So
I understand what you're saying, but this was a particularly emotional time that they talked about. Any other comments? If somebody could help me with the calling of the comments, Will, Russell.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Rami is next.
Rami has his hand up.
Alita.
I'm sorry, call the question.
Okay, anybody second?
Yeah, Rita.
Great.
I think that's what all the hands up are. So yeah, so I think it's fine.
Okay.
Perhaps not. I mean, let's just, is anyone opposed to calling the question? No. Alita. Okay. Secretaries.
All right. Please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Michelle?
no.
She said no.
Don, if I'm saying it right.
No. No.
Yes, I heard
Got
you.
it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Seeing no more hands, this resolution passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Street life. Abraham.
Okay,
Rita.
thank you, Russell. For Street Life, we have 2 months worth. So we have our August resolutions, which I'll go through, and then September, I'll ask either Addison or Marco, as I was not present at that meeting. So for the August resolutions, we had 3 unanimous approvals and 1 non-unanimous, but the non-unanimous we don't need to vote on because it's moot, because it was just laying over an application to September, which already happened. So does anyone want to take the 3 unanimous approvals together?
Aye.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, good. Then I'd say, want to call the question? Good. Anyone opposed? Okay, then we'll go to the secretaries. Thank you.
If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the items pass unanimously.
Okay, great. So we have the September minutes, and again, I'll invite either Mark or Addison, who ran the meeting, to attend to these. These were 5 unanimous, 1 non-unanimous. I can handle the 5 unanimous and see if anyone wants to take all 5 together.
Yep.
I'm going to assume someone says yes.
Aye.
Okay, great. Is there a second? I'm sure there is. Okay, so let's call the question. If anyone's opposed to calling the question, show hands. Otherwise, I'll hand this over to the secretaries.
Do we lower all the hands? Rami, is this you or is this Andrea?
I have no idea.
I think it's you. Go for it.
I'll take it. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, resolution is unanimous.
Okay, great. The 1 non-unanimous was 1F, which was the American Multi-Cinema.
Sorry, just a
there
sec. Is Mrs. Brown voting on the, Mrs. Brown has her hand up. I just want to make sure she's not voting on the prior item.
No, I'm voting. My hand is raised for the 1F. The one Abraham.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Brown. I'll call on you in just a second. So this 1F was a non-unanimous approval for the American Multi-Cinema. This is a license for wine, beer, and cider for the theater. 6 yes, 3 no's. Ms. Brown was one of the no's, so I will happily let you speak to that.
Thank you. This application has really troubled me. And I want to express that I believe that everyone deserves to earn a living. Now, as a small, successful business owner, I am pro-business. I believe in capitalism, but I have concerns regarding serving alcohol, wine, and/or beer in movie theaters starting at 9:30 a.m. to 12 midnight. And I voted no because, firstly, who's going to monitor the number of drinks? What is the plan? Secondly, is there going to be a designated person to check IDs? Is the designee going to be a teenager? If so, that would be troubling to rely on a teenager to make this type of decision. It's been proven that people of the same race can easily discern one another, but unfortunately, people of other races, they all look alike. Thirdly, the safety aspect. What happens if someone has too many drinks and there is a dust up? And with the open carry gun laws, some knucklehead might decide to start shooting. How would someone who is elderly, disabled, and someone such as myself suffers with traumatic brain injury exit the theater without being trampled? Is there going to be a special section for the disabled elderly near an exit? What is the plan? AMC, American Multi-Cinema, is a Chinese, mainland Chinese holding company. It's the Wanda Group. And from what I can see, there are no theaters in mainland China that serves alcoholic beverages while showing movies. If there is, somebody needs to identify. Now, a fellow board member mentioned a theater on 59th Street. I'm not actually sure of the location that has been serving wine, beer, and there's been no incident. Well, we have to keep in mind, they started serving prior to the open carry gun laws. Now, another board member suggested a metal detector, which I support. We go through metal detectors at airports, retail establishments, some churches, and or synagogues. While I was in California, there are many synagogues that had metal detectors. We really need to discuss this at length. What plan does the applicant have to protect or keep safe, if you will, our elderly, disabled children during the dust up? Unfortunately, the Upper East Side is changing, and we cannot say, oh, that won't happen here. The question is, when will it happen? I'm asking my fellow board members to please put the safety of our elderly, disabled, and children before capitalism. We need a comprehensive plan set forth by the applicant prior to approving this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. I see the next hand. I have Lori.
Yes, thank you. I concur with everything that Mrs. Brown just said, and I want to add that I not only am a capitalist, but I'm also a writer and a member of the Writers Guild of America, which represents the people who write the movies. So I, more than anything else, want movies to be successful. However, that being said, we have to keep in mind, like I remember that when I was a little girl and my mother took me to see like the Beatles' first movie, like in 1960, whatever. And it was just the joy of my life, but it's not 1965 or 67 or whenever it was anymore. And in this day and age, in 2022, we've become used to metal detectors. I cannot go anywhere really where there's a crowd that I don't have to walk through a metal detector. They've just become, part of life. When I go to a concert, I have to do it. When I go to a baseball game, I have to do it. When I go see a show on Broadway, I have to do it. They're all over the place and it's not interfering. Now, when you have alcohol and young people and violent movies, I think that that is a recipe for disaster. And like Mrs. Brown said, I don't think we have to wait for the disaster to do something to prevent it. And I don't think that it's at all unreasonable. I did make the resolution to require them to have metal detectors, and they didn't run screaming from the meeting. They said that they would look into it, so I think that this is an acceptable business practice in 2022 for businesses if they want to be successful and they want to ensure the safety of their patrons, that they will do this, that they'll put up a metal detector and we can all sleep a little better. Okay. And I can remind you, I hate to bring this up, but what we didn't do as a community board was blamed for, the death of a cyclist, and I just don't want the community board to be blamed again for, a horrible, shooting episode, and it's not like it can't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. I see Judy as the next hand.
I apologize, but I didn't get a chance to look at the agenda before the meeting. Where's the location of this theater?
1 second. This is.
It's 86 and 3rd, right?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
the AMC Orpheum 7 on 1538 3rd Avenue.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Rami, I have you next.
Call the question.
Great. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, guys.
Is there a second? Yes, Sahar.
Okay, great. In that case, let's call the question.
Who's opposed? Who's opposed to calling the question? I'm going to vote no on this.
That was my
myself.
That was my next question. So do we have
Sorry,
hands?
I did not mean to cut
Yeah,
you
it's
off.
okay. It's okay. All right. So if anyone's opposed to calling the question, please raise your hand. I'm seeing 4. 5.
It's not enough. So let's.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So in that case, we'll go to the secretaries on the motion.
Okay. Please raise your hand. Voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Michelle?
So let me clarify. Let me also suggest that maybe we think a little bit before we jump into calling the question so quickly, especially when you see a lot of hands up. But aside from that,
I'm sorry, there are 3 hands.
Was this an affirmative resolution? In other words, this was.
Yes, there's an approval.
Okay, but Mrs. Brown voted against having liquor in the 83rd and that, okay. Okay, I'm opposed as well to having liquor there. What I was going to say is that there are theaters that are age 21 and older with checking IDs.
Michelle, we're voting.
All that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm voting. I'm against it.
Okay, so that's a no. Alita?
No.
Lori?
No.
Valerie?
No.
Margaret?
No.
Hassan?
No.
Sherry?
No.
David?
No.
Bill,
No.
Ms. Brown,
No.
Elizabeth,
No.
Chuck,
No.
Will,
No.
And Rita
And
Popper.
Rita's trying to raise her hand, yeah.
and
Rita,
Rita.
just unmute. Rita's saying no. I think her mouse died.
Okay. All right, the resolution still passed. $14 no's. Thank you. $14 no's, 25 yes. That's the total. Thank you.
Abraham, was there anything else?
No, that's it for street life. Thank you.
So did we do both months?
Yeah, that was September.
Good. Okay. All right. So that's it for the committee report. So old business. Mrs. Brown. No. Sahar.
I was going to make a motion to adjourn.
Let's just do old business and new business first, if folks have it, and then we'll do that. Sahar.
I just wanted to ask about this, and I know, so pardon if I'm asking something that I should have already known, that the resolution that we just spoke about at length, it's about liquor being served at that theater. I have 2 young kids, and just hearing that majority voted in favor of having liquor and just a few of us, the lesser majority, fewer numbers against it. Is there something that you can bring such a topic back on the table and have more conversation? Is that something that can be done? I can always ask on the side as well and reach out to you, Russell, because it just scares me hearing so many, guns, like all that was discussed and what Mrs. Brown just said, and it just scares me that we still voted in favor of allowing it to have it, especially for those of us who have young kids and who go there all the time. Is there any other steps that can?
So once we've voted on something, we're not going to bring it back up, and it's a situation where a majority of the board felt the way that they felt, and so so it passed. So that's it on that item. And I will say, and I would just ask also for old and new business, let's not discuss items that we already had during the committee report. So we shouldn't be going back to the reports and that kind of thing. And basically we discuss them when we discuss them, and we have the discussion that we have, and then the vote is the vote, and we can't we don't go back and reopen items that we've already voted on.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Sure. But that just goes, I don't want to get into more discussion about items that we've already dealt with here. Wilma.
Wilma, I'm going to try calling you and put you on speakerphone so people can hear you. May have been a bad idea. Hey.
I'm just so sorry that I didn't get a chance to say anything about the
movie theater, but it's too late now. I know that. But I was trying to. I finally got back on a minute ago, and so, but I didn't get a chance to. Nobody took my hand or anything like that. Anyway, it's too late.
Thanks, Wilma.
Rebecca.
I have new business if you want to wait till then, if we're still doing old business.
Yeah, let's all come back to you. We can keep your hand raised. Let's go to Alita.
Thank you. I just want to say that there might have been more discussion on the movie theater, except for calling the question right away or pretty quickly. And I know Russell, you've talked about this. I just have a problem with it because there are a lot of different points of view on the movie theater. I worked in the film business. I know a thing or two about how they operate. And I just am opposed to just calling the question as quickly as it was. I understand it's late and we're all tired, so I will stop talking because that is my point. Thank you.
Sure, and that is why we do vote on it. Barbara.
Just don't forget that we have to stay later, the nominating committee. I know it's late, if we could forget that.
Yeah, that's a helpful reminder. Chuck.
And the elections committee, not nominating committee.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, okay. I just want to say from a parliamentary point of view, Russell, that at the next meeting or even at this meeting, if someone who voted in favor of the resolution that we're talking about, the movie theater, could ask for a motion to reconsider, and if it was passed, we would reconsider it. That's from a parliament. I just want to lay that on the table from a parliamentary point of view. Doesn't happen that often, but somebody could, who voted in the affirmative on the movie theater resolution, move to reconsider. And if that passed, and we could debate that, and if that passed, we could take it up again. But if it didn't, that's the end of it.
Got it. Okay, that's a good point. Thanks for pointing that out.
To answer Sahar's, question that she
yeah. Valerie.
I just don't think we got the result of the vote on the tabling motion.
Secretaries, can we hear that?
Yeah, that vote to table passed by a vote of 28 yes, 12 no, 0 abstentions, and 1 not voting for cause.
And what was the vote on the movie theater? Did we lose some people? I'm just trying to get.
There are only 26 people still in attendance, and we had 15 to 11 for the item 1F, the movie theater.
Okay. Okay. You heard Chuck.
Nobody go away or else we'll lose quorum.
You heard Chuck.
Mrs. Brown.
Based on what Chuck has said, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to have it reconsidered regarding the movie theater. Please.
And actually, I apologize. That was not a correct vote count. One of our secretaries is still recording the votes, so that is very inappropriate on my part. So ignore that vote count.
Okay, but Mrs. Brown, you can't move to reconsider because you voted against the resolution, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. So we need somebody who voted for it, asked that it be reconsidered, so every voice could be heard because the question was called too quickly.
All right, I will just look. The Robert's rules are that when the question is called and it gets approved by a majority vote of the board, we move on that. Now, there are times when, and I agree, there are times where it gets called too early, and so there have been times where we've sort of essentially gone against the rules to allow for some more debate under those circumstances. But I just want to make it clear that as a matter of parliamentary procedure, that's what the rule is. So there was some discussion of it. The motion was made. I personally voted against calling the question, but that was, how it went. So let's go to Lori.
Hi, okay, I don't want to like belabor this point, but so are you saying that if you voted against the resolution, you can't propose to
Correct.
bring it up again?
Correct.
Okay, I would just like to point out though that Wilma didn't get a chance to vote. So that's a concern, but all right, I mean, so I guess I guess I have to wait for somebody who voted for to vote against, but all right, I'll stop talking.
Greg.
So I don't want to get in the weeds here. I just want to say there have been a number of circumstances during the course of our debates and conversations where the dialogue has been cut off and the question has been called. And there are folks who just right now sort of flagged it and said, I didn't like the question was called when it was, who had the opportunity to speak in other circumstances. And others of us perhaps didn't get the opportunity. I only mentioned this because, Russell, to your point, it's fair. We follow Robert's Rules of Orders and Robert's Rules, and that's the way it works, and I get it. I do wonder if somehow amongst us, we might get to a place where we actually support the ability for us, each of us, to get a chance to weigh in on things before, or we're strategic about timing in terms of the amount of time we have to weigh in. Again, I know we're following Robert's rules. I get it. But there are no shortage of circumstances, some related to housing development, some related to other significant issues where folks don't get to weigh in. And I do wonder if there's some way in which we might have some sort of agreement amongst ourselves that we'll try to figure out a way to create commentary where we can. Because this is not the first time this has happened. And it's interesting to hear the folks who are now commenting to say, I felt like I was cut off.
Yeah, so I think you're right that it is a matter of just all of us, trying to be respectful to our fellow board members in terms of the timing of it. And frankly, it's respectful both ways. And it's, I think, respectful in terms of allowing people to have their say. And I think that in many instances, whoever's running that committee report, or I've done it, we'll sort of bend the rules and say, look, let's hear from a few more people, and sort of erring on that side. At the same time, people are calling the question to move things along, which parliamentarily is a thing that people are allowed to do, and we always vote on it. And the chief remedy, if we want to have more debate on something, is for people to object to calling the question on something. And sometimes in past meetings, we moved through that a little bit too quickly, candidly. But particularly in this meeting, I really tried to make an effort to make sure that we did that each time. And that's the sort of main area. But I think you're right. And I think in the first instance, it's just a question of, board members sort of reading the room, as it were, and trying to be respectful of one another, and all of that, absent some kind of rule, change or something. I don't know that we would want to have a rule that says everybody gets to speak before we call the question. I don't think that would be practical either. So it's a line drawing issue, and you're always going to have situations where people aren't happy and whatever. But I think your point that let's try to be respectful of each other is basically the right one. Rebecca Dangor.
I move to reconsider. Free life, 1F.
Okay, is there a second to that? Michelle, does it have to be seconded by somebody who voted for the thing?
Yeah, Chuck, can you tell me?
And if it has to be voted on immediately, or if the conversation is automatically reopened.
Someone can second it, just the motion has to be made, anybody can
Got it.
second.
Okay, so it had a bunch of seconds. So let's vote on the motion to reconsider. So what is on the table now?
Well,
Come back to it.
you can have discussion of this too.
Oh, I thought it wasn't debatable. Okay, so
No, it is debatable. Motion to reconsider
okay.
is debatable. If people want to talk about the substance of it, they can. I hate to suggest that at 5 to 11.
No, I understand. Those are the rules. So let's go to Barbara. Let me just make an observation here, which is the fastest way to deal with this, I think, is going to be to allow the people who didn't get to speak on that item to speak on it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
there was actually an article in the paper that I agree with. I think I loved it because they called me the only voice of reason. I just find it, first of all, to talk about children drinking, you have to be 21. To talk about not wanting to go to crowds with it. Do you go on the subway? Do you allow your kids to go to school, which is a lot more dangerous? And do we need to now have metal detectors to every single bar to go to? It was so, and I am the one, by the way, it was brought up by Mrs. Brown, that brought up that we voted for the movie theater. It's either 60th or 61st or 63rd Street, right around there. That has been very successful. I've been in movie theaters in New Jersey that have had it. And it's just been out of, like, it became this very big thing. And life is dangerous. There was also in the article something that I agree with, and I have heard this idea that everybody's going to be walking around with guns, and we're going to go to, young kids are going to walk in with guns and start shooting because they're drunk. It's just, it's just not real. We have had movie theaters I live on 87th and 2nd. I can only think of 4. I thought there was 5 movie theaters when I moved in. There's only 1 now. They're going out. This is bringing some pleasure and a different type of thing. And it's just been out of control. And I hope that there's people that are against it never go on a bus or subway. They never send their kids to school. They never go to a bar, because it's the same type of thing. And it's the people that have objected to calling the question are the ones that didn't like the result. We are a board where people never accept a no vote. If it's not the way you want it, they want to reconsider it. And it's 11 o'clock and we can't keep reconsidering things. I'm sorry, that's the end.
Alita.
Okay, so I said that I had worked in the film business, and I did. And movie theaters attract different audiences. Movies are made for different audiences. I was just trying to find the movies that are playing at that theater now, and I can't. But I remember seeing that they are the movies that are made for young men between 18 and 25 or 16 and 25. The demographics are not the same as the movie theater on East 61st or 62nd, whatever that street is, or the Paris Theater or other theaters. And I am very much in favor of movies and movie theaters. Theaters are different. They attract different people, and the movies that are showing or used to show, the Marvel movies, the Top Gun movies, are intended to get a large crowd of young men that can be rowdy. And I don't mean to sound sexist or anything else in that way, but that's exactly what those big blockbuster movies are designed for, is that demographic. And I think it's a different demographic, and we should not support serving liquor to groups of people, even if they're 21 to 25. Studies show different things. That's why people that age can't rent cars very easily, because of behavior issues. And I don't think, even if I sound horrible, I'm sorry for that, but I don't think we should be giving the right to serve liquor to groups of people in what may be a very rambunctious atmosphere, where certain kinds of reactions are exactly what's being called for by the movie that's being shown. So I support movies. I support what keeps them in business, which I know is alcohol, but not necessarily in this circumstance. Thank you.
Okay. Lori, you did speak on this item the first time, so it's technically a new motion here, but I just, in the interest of time, my request would be that for folks who didn't speak on this, who did speak on this the first time and actually did get to speak on it, that you wouldn't speak on it again, but I am calling on here.
All right, can I just say one very brief thing, Russell? Because
Sure.
this is a new resolution, okay? I read an article from the American Association, the retired AARP had a whole big article in their current newsletter about the mental health of young people after the pandemic, okay? And there's a quote from the chair of the American Academy of Pediatrics Council on Communication and Media. And this is the quote. He says that, well, some of us, I'm not old enough for this, but some of us when we were younger would do like drills, like for hiding under the desk, so we could prevent ourselves from being, hit by like the nuclear bomb. Okay. And the nuclear bomb never happened. Okay. Now, and this is his quote, it's a different story for kids. There are shootings at theaters, shootings at events, shootings at school. There really isn't a place where they feel safe. And that is what this resolution is all about, feeling safe. I want to do everything we can to make people, especially children, feel safe. So I just think we need metal detectors. Okay, I'll shut up.
Michelle, you also spoke on this the first time, so I would just ask that we.
No, I didn't. I said that it was a shame the question was called. I didn't speak on it. What
My
I
mistake.
wanted to say is that I've attended movies where liquor is served, and in every case it was 21 and older. That was who was allowed into the theater, and the films were appropriate to that age group. And if I was in the movie, and some of those in Connecticut, and also the one in the 60s off First Avenue, and that's an adult movie. Now, this particular theater on 3rd Avenue at 86 and 87th Street is very much a family kind of a theater. The shows that are in there are for children and teenagers. This is not an art theater that attracts mainly people over 21. This is not a theater that actually even treats movies as the arts in the same way that the Paris Theater does, or the Angelica used to, or any of those. This is not the same kind of theater. It's a family theater, and there's no reason that alcohol should be served there unless they want to make some of the theaters over 21 or all of it over 21. And I want to refresh the memory of this board that we voted down liquor being served on the 2nd floor of Dylan's Candy Bar for exactly this reason, that we felt the whole store was an attraction for children. And when she wanted to put, because they do private parties, she wanted to have liquor served on the 2nd floor, and this board voted it down for just that reason, that it's an area for children. So I'm hoping that we vote this down. Thank you.
Rebecca Lamore.
I want to speak in favor of alcohol in movie theaters. And to anyone saying that this is about children and families, you live in New York City. Your kids are walking past bars every day. So if you're concerned about them going to see Avatar right now, which is going to be playing at the Alamo Drafthouse in Brooklyn, that serves alcohol and is a PG movie for kids, maybe PG-13 at the most, it's just disingenuous. And the fact that we're spending more time on this debate than other things that will affect the community in larger ways. If you don't want to go have a drink at the movie theater, don't go have a drink. And also metal detectors, that's a whole nother barrier for entry. That's an accessibility issue. Some disabled people with medical implants and other devices can't go through them. So now what? Disabled people can't take the subway. We can't get in cars all the time, and we can't go to movie theaters. This is just an insane argument that at 11:06 p.m. we shouldn't be wasting time on. If the movie theater wants a liquor license and it's just for wine and beer, it's not liquor. It is wine and beer. You're not going and doing shots in the middle of a movie. You're having a glass of Pinot Grigio, you're having a Blue Moon, and you're having some popcorn. Additionally, the governor, I just pulled up her press release, entertainment venues, movie theaters are a part of that. You cannot have a gun in. You cannot have a gun in any place where wine, beer, or liquor is served. So saying that people are going to show up and shoot up movie theaters, sure, statistically insignificant. Does it happen from time to time? Yes, but then why aren't we hearing about every Alamo Drafthouse and other venue that serves alcohol like this and plays movies is seeing a mass proliferation of gun violence? We're not, because it's not happening. And this is something that we just really need to be moving on from. I want to see everyone vote in favor of this. And if you're not comfortable, that's fine. But as a board, we shouldn't be here telling people you can't have a drink at a movie or you can. We're not the nanny state. We're Community Board 8. Go keep an eye on your own kids. Go make sure they don't drink. Don't keep someone else that's over the age of 21 that you have to be to still get alcohol. Do it. It's 11:07 p.m. And it's insane that we're spending more time on this again than other issues we have tabled that will impact more people in our community. Thank you.
So we are just letting you know that Will let me know the vote on the original vote on this was 25-14. So I'll just observe it was not overly close. I'm going to call on Wilma Johnson, who has been unable to unmute previously, but can we try and unmute her now?
Wilma, you unmuted earlier, so whatever button you pushed earlier, just push that one more time. Okay, she lowered her hand. Oh, no, it's back up. The other button you pushed. It's not going to be in the reactions menu. It's going to be outside of that menu.
Bottom left of the screen, probably. Okay, I would say let's have Wilma continue to try to unmute, but in the meantime, I'm going to call on Greg.
Okay. Wilma, anytime you hit the mute button, you'll be able to speak.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I just wanted to say, and there are lots of folks who want to comment. I would just reiterate, if we've covered the ground already, I don't think this is time to speak on it again. And so far,
I don't think we should have. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. And so far, we've heard a lot of the same ground we've already covered on this topic. And Russell, to your point, this was not a close vote. So to go back to my earlier comment about how it is that we want to be strategic about allowing ourselves to communicate, I think we also have to pause some time and ask ourselves, is what I'm offering something that is going to add to this conversation because it's a different angle, or is it something that's a need for me to speak out? And I just, in terms of time, in terms of issues, I'm not sure why we always make the choice to just want to hear ourselves.
Yeah, and that's why Robert's rules are as they are. And that's why it is in fact possible for a majority of the board to decide that we want to move on and not continue to discuss something. And that's why the procedure is the way it is. I'm also just going to observe that, you know, we've got more people with their hands raised now than had their hands raised at the conclusion of that discussion who were ostensibly cut off. So I think if the purpose of this was to just hear from those 2 or 3 people, you know, we're way past that. So I really would like to move this along, and I'm going to call on David.
I'm going to suggest that maybe you only hear from those people who were opposed to liquor, because we're the ones who would like to see this vote changed. And I'm not going to belabor it. I thought Michelle stated it very well, but I'm going to put it a little bit differently. I go to that theater. There are a lot of kids there, and there are a lot of teenagers and kids and people in their 20s and so on. And yes, you can get rowdy behavior the minute you have beer and wine there. It's not going to be sipping a glass of Pinot Noir. I certainly wouldn't bring my kids into a bar, and quite frankly, I don't want to bringing them in to a movie theater, which is an enclosed space. It's not like bringing them into the Yankee Stadium, which is open, where people are having a beer. You're bringing them into an enclosed space. Beer is going to slosh around in those seats, just like Coca-Cola does now. You're going to get beer and wine smells all over the place. It is going to be very unpleasant, particularly for young people who you do not want to be in that kind of an atmosphere. And I've been in that theater enough to know that the cleanliness in there leaves a hell of a lot to be desired. And I guarantee you, the day you get beer and alcohol or wine in there, that theater is going to smell, and it's not going to be good for the theater, and it's not going to be good for the people who go there. So just think about the experience of seeing a movie in a bar with all the smells. Anyway, I've said my piece. I think it's a terrible idea.
Judy Schneider.
Question for the committee chair. I'm sorry, when they made the presentation, what time did they say they were going to start serving alcohol, and about the age limit and so on? Can they review that? Because I don't think that was stated during the presentation, and I couldn't attend the meeting this month.
Hey, Judy, unfortunately, I was not able to attend either. So I know Marco.
Well,
and
whoever was
were,
there can.
Yeah.
Let's ask Marco and Evan.
But just on the age thing, remember, any alcohol is 21 and over, so they couldn't.
Yeah, but what
work
did
around
they say? What did they say they were going to do? Are they going to check it? Is it at a certain hour? Does it go from 10 to 1, or when do they start serving the alcohol, etc.? Some theaters that serve alcohol don't allow people in under 21. I don't know what the parameters are for this theater. I think
I
that
think they would card you at the desk. They card you at the counter when you order alcohol. It's like any other place where you order alcohol.
Are you sure? Because some of them have
Yes,
hours that they
yes.
serve the alcohol. So you mean if you
That's-
go in and it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 p.m., they're going to serve you alcohol if you're over 21?
Every time anybody orders alcohol at the counter, they get carded. That's the rule. That's the process. So if you go up and you order a beer at the movie theater concession counter, they ask for your ID.
Okay, well, other theaters don't do it that way. When we had the one on 62nd Street, they served after a certain hour to people over 21. They, at 3 in the afternoon or 6 in the afternoon, you couldn't get alcohol. That's why I'm asking the question.
The proposal, right, the proposal from the theater was not for adult-only hours. It was just to be able to serve at the concession counter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm unmuted now.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yes, go ahead, Juan.
Okay. What I was trying to say is, I go to that theater a lot, and I'm not sure the people that really oppose it, the two people that they had. When is the last time you went to that particular theater? I go there a lot, and I can't see a problem with serving beer and wine. I don't think it's a dangerous place. I think it's just as much popcorn on the floor as 186 4th Street on the west side. They do clean it up after every movie, after each movie. And I think to not have them, and also they said that they were going to get back to us in reference to the request was made about the what was requested? The
metal detectors?
Metal detectors, yes. They were going to get back. So I don't know why we can't just bring them back and ask all these questions that are coming up about time and make it workable for anybody, because more than half people voted for this, but not more, and then not more many people spoke about it. But I really think that it should go through.
Thank you. Let's go to Craig later next.
Thank you. So imagine an Upper East Side without a single movie theater. Well, you don't have to really imagine, because it seems like we're almost at that point. With movie prices getting exorbitant and more options than ever for how people consume feature films, with streaming becoming as popular as it is, and pandemic having affected the way that people decide whether to see movies or not, it explains why we've lost so many theaters. So I guess here's how I look at this. If AMC is unable to maintain the theater and it gains a perception and reputation for being unsafe or unpleasant to attend because they can't keep it clean, or they can't control rowdiness, or if they are known that they're serving alcohol to underage people, they'll either have to cease serving alcohol because people will not go, or they're going to end up closing like every other theater that's closed in the 86th Street corridor and around the neighborhood. And we're going to be left with no movie theaters. And what's this community without having a movie theater? It's unfathomable to me that we won't be able to walk to one unless you're down in the low 60s and the theaters come back there. And I guess I also just am really frustrated because I feel like this is the worst of the perceptions that could be created that we're having this discussion here, and some of the things that are coming out. Like, yes, safety is always going to be a concern, but I get on the subway every day. There are no metal detectors there, and I went to a Broadway show last night. I didn't have to go into a movie, go through a metal detector there. Yes, there are people who are monitoring you as you're going in and looking at bags, but I didn't have to go through a metal detector, and they serve alcohol at the theater also. So I support this, and I hope we can end this so we could all go to sleep. Thank you.
I'm going to call on Mrs. Brown to answer the question that Judy had asked.
Yes, I specifically asked the representative the hours that the wine and beer was going to be served. And she stated, quote, from 9:30 a.m. to midnight continuously. And that was a problem for me, to have the liquor being served, or wine and beer, starting at 9:30 a.m. nonstop. I asked who's going to monitor this, who's going to check the IDs, what is the plan? And she didn't have an answer. More than likely, one of the teenagers who works behind the snack bar. That is troubling for me. I don't know. I remember when I was a teenager, I don't think I was responsible enough to check someone's ID or discern if this is the same person that's come back 4 or 5 times for wine or beer. I mean, they didn't have a plan. They just wanted approval.
Ms. Brown, I apologize, but the question was, was there going to be a time limitation or not? Was it going to be a particular adult hours or not? So you've answered the question.
No time limitation, no adult hours.
Right. And the reason that there isn't is because they're going to check for every single purchase. So I'm going to go to Vanessa next.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I did originally have my hand raised because I wanted to represent a viewpoint that I think the majority of us share, but not many people were speaking on. I am the mother of a 2-year-old, and I wholeheartedly support serving beer and wine at the movie theater. On September 8th, I took my 2-year-old to Sesame Street, the musical, at which there was served wine and beer. A few weeks before that, we went to Children's Day at the US Open, at which there was served alcohol, hard liquor. And you know what? Someone that I was with chose to have a cocktail at 11:30 a.m. because it was a Saturday and a beautiful day, and our kids were having fun. And if they want to have a cocktail, they're over 21. There are laws as to whom can serve alcohol in New York State. So children cannot serve alcohol. You have to be a certain age to be able to serve alcohol. So in granting the license, we were telling the movie theater that they have to abide by the laws. And it also, they will not be serving children alcohol. I guarantee you that if children under the age of 21 want to have alcohol in a movie theater, they will not be purchasing it from the concession stand. They will find other ways to bring in the alcohol. So I just wanted to say, as a mom, as someone who likes to bring my son places and who sometimes likes to have a glass of wine, I feel like we are in a production of The Music Man right now, and you are all talking about the billiards hall coming in. There are plenty of places in New York City that serve alcohol to over 21. There are plenty of places that are children specific. Bolero, bowling alley, you can buy wine and beer. I said the US Open, Legoland, you can go and buy alcohol there. Disney World. This is not the first place where that is catered to children, where those who are over 21 can purchase alcohol. And I think it would be a great addition to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham.
Okay, I have a lot to say, but I think instead I'm just going to call a question. I think we've had enough conversation, so I'd like to call a question.
Barbara seconds. Who is opposed to calling the question?
To see who's going to be opposed to calling the question, I'm going to lower hands, but I think most people are already doing that on their own. Okay.
Barbara, I assume is not. So no one. Okay, so we're going to vote on this again. So just to be clear, we're essentially voting on the same resolution. So a yes is a yes to approve this liquor license. Oh,
Wait,
sorry, are we?
This is a
No, this is
motion
a vote
to reconsider.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question, should we reconsider? So a yes is against the original motion. I apologize. And a no is in favor of the original resolution. So a no means yes on the liquor license. A yes means no on the liquor license.
Rebecca, are you
Secretaries.
taking this vote?
Yeah, I'll take this vote, and I'm going to start with myself. I'm a no.
And again, can we just clarify yes and no?
So I'm
Meaning,
against reconsidering the original vote. I stand
right.
by what we voted on. Cause?
so a no is against reconsidering. Cause.
All right, no.
Vanessa?
No.
Rebecca?
No.
Barbara?
No.
Abraham?
No.
Craig?
No.
Adam?
No.
Elizabeth Rose?
No.
Ed Hartzog?
No.
Billy?
No.
Lindsay?
No.
Russell?
No.
Addison?
No.
Judy?
No.
Taina?
No.
Valerie?
No.
Sherry?
No.
Will?
No.
Rami?
Can you pass and come back to me?
All right. Bill?
No.
Andrea?
Rita has her thumbs down, so please check with her. And
We will.
And it's a no for me. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori? And let's try and unmute Wilma while we're unmuting Lori.
I'm going to pass.
Pass
Laura,
meaning
you're
abstain,
passing,
or pass
okay.
meaning you're going to vote late? Okay. We'll go back to Laura.
Sorry,
Is Wilma unmuted?
not yet.
All right, Marco?
No.
And Rito, I see you. You were coming to you. Don't worry. You don't have to hold your hand up.
Thank you.
Chuck?
Chuck.
No.
Rita?
Oh, her mouse still isn't working. I watched her verbalize the word no.
Okay, so Rita's a no. Let's go, well, oh, Wilma's unmuted.
Hold on.
No.
All right, let's go back to Rami.
No.
Go to Lori.
You're unmuted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm abstaining.
Abstain. So give me 2 seconds, but I believe that the motion to reconsider failed. Let me confirm. It failed, but it was close. So if you want the full tally, I can get that for you in a second, but
We'll get it later. Okay, so we're moving back to old business. So if there's more old business, raise your hand. And I just, please, I mean, do not, and I will cut you off if you're bringing up something that we've already discussed. And if you have a suggestion for something that a committee should look at, I suggest that you raise it offline.
And I'm sorry, Greg Morris was a no. He was just having computer problems.
Rebecca did, so we're gonna move to new business. Rebecca had an item for new business. I'm gonna recognize her.
Yeah, picking up a little on what Greg Morris was saying earlier, we need to find a better, more functional way for this to happen. It's almost 11:30. We just spent about an hour rearranging deck chairs as a sober Upper East Side nanny state. And there are so many real issues. We went from being told we have blood on our hands for bike lanes to just spending all that time on something where there was the support for the votes. And I understand that people like to be heard. They like to share their feelings. I get that. But other boards have better functionality and they figured it out, because the fact that we had over 100 people on the Zoom to start about very real issues, bike lanes, congestion pricing, and now at 11:30, we spoke about one of those issues, but not the other. And we spent a majority of our time on Street Life Committee and on ice melt systems and on a liquor license for a movie theater where there was the support for the board. And there are people in our community being overlooked in these conversations because we're not making time for true debate. We're just pivoting back and forth, ping-ponging to the same people. As a member of this board for 5 years now, oftentimes it feels like a popularity contest for when issues are laid aside versus taken back up. Someone said earlier, if you're not happy with a no vote, it's unfortunate, but you don't get to come and take a second lap and run back at it because you're not happy with the resolution. The board's done other things I'm personally not happy with, but I'm not taking up everyone's time repeatedly to keep harping on an issue. And I would really implore all of us to dig deep in our committees, dig deep as individual members, dig deep as our leadership, where we're about to elect people. There's a nominating committee tonight, that we figure out a new normal. That's not this, because our very first Zoom meeting when I was secretary, we went until 1 a.m. and we were supposed to have a better system. And then we just did this, where again, we rearranged deck chairs on the Titanic for an hour about a liquor license at a movie theater where there was the support originally and there was the support on the other side. And we did not get to give space to very real issues that impact our community in much bigger, more important, more long-term ways. And that's very disingenuous to the people that spent their personal time here. I'm not talking about board members. We choose to do this. I'm talking about members of the public that don't feel heard, don't feel seen, felt like they wasted 5 hours now sitting on a meeting where they didn't get to hear a debate about something they care about. And they had to listen to all of us go back and forth, sharing misinformation about where guns can be, for example, what alcohol will be in certain venues and things like that. And that's a problem. We're not functioning as a government entity and we need to do a lot better. So that's my piece of new business. Thank you.
So what I would say to that is I think this is an object lesson in why the rules are what they are and why we follow the rules and why calling the question works the way it works. And so I understand that people had concerns about the fact that sometimes the question gets called before everybody gets heard, but the rules are there for a reason and that's why we do it. And so yes, now we are back here because of what I think is a very rare motion for reconsideration. Those don't come up very often. And I think there's a reason for that as well. So that's, yeah, again, I think hopefully we can all just take from this that that's why the rules are as they are. And that's why, you know, sometimes we just have to move forward, not hear from everybody. So the next thing.
Be talking about an equitable allocation of the rules, because we spent a lot of time on other issues hearing debate and we shut down debate on other things. And I'm not going to pivot back to the issue, you know, I'm referencing. We all know what I'm referencing here, but then it's about an equitable allocation of the rules. That's what it is.
And so and so every single thing was voted on. So we had a vote to table. There was a motion to table that was voted on, and a majority voted to table. We then had a motion for reconsideration, which was made in the rare instance where somebody who voted yes on something wanted to reconsider it. Ordinarily, somebody who votes yes on something you would expect will not want to reconsider it. But in this instance, they did. And, you know, that's what it is. And so, again, according to the rules, we went through the exercise we went through. And then it was cut off, or not cut off, but debate ended when the question was called. So we're where we are in accordance with Robert's rules, which is what we have to do. And, you know, frankly, this meeting would, I'm not even going to get into that because it's late. So let's go to Rebecca. But before I do, yeah, this meeting is long. It's at this point, it is very, very late. I really am not sure that we have anything more substantive to discuss. I would really, really, really like us to not talk more about things that we have already done during this meeting. So I will recognize Rebecca Dangor.
Well, I mean, just because I think you referenced me earlier, I only made that motion because we had multiple people requesting it, and it was also after we had another motion tabled. I would say, as a board, if we hear from many people during the public session, we should not immediately table an agenda item. And that's all I'm going to say because it's very late.
Yeah, okay. Well, we had a vote on it. Michelle.
Yes, I don't think you have to apologize, Rebecca Dangor. I too am a mobility impaired person. I have no interest in sitting here and being reprimanded by another board member. Democracy is messy, so just live with it, okay? We don't always get to discuss exactly what you like to discuss, and that's true for every one of us. Let's move on. We've got an executive, not executive, the election committee.
The election committee has to, yes, right.
So, and that we need to
Yes.
do, if I'm.
Yes, yes, so
right?
let's move on.
Okay.
Yes, to the point of let's move on. Let's do that. Craig.
Sorry, I know everyone wants me to make a motion to adjourn, but I have one suggestion to offer. Can we have a review session on Robert's Rules of Orders? I know that many of the new members, we used to do an orientation and there used to be a little overview of Robert's Rules, but I think what we've learned tonight is that people don't necessarily understand it and understand how it's meant to facilitate a meeting actually going according to plan. And like, I've been on this board for 8 years, and I can only think of a couple of occurrences at most in which we did not allow a vote to be taken because people objected to the vote, probably because, and I don't even know if it was for the reasons that people didn't feel like there was enough discussion. But I think if people understood Robert's rules and understood that objecting to opposing a vote because they don't want to cut off discussion is an option, then maybe it would be more effective and it would allow us to be able to do this. So that's my request. Can we have a session or have an agenda item
Yeah,
at
we can
the
have
future meeting where we could go over Robert's rules and in a little more detail so people understand what they can do with it?
Yes, and we've done it in the past and we can do it again.
All right, thank you.
Cos.
Yeah, I'm going to bust a few people's balloons and I move to adjourn.
Okay, that's seconded.
If you are a part of the elections committee, do not leave. Stay on this Zoom call.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Point of order, Russell. And maybe
Yeah.
this is a Chuck Warren question. Do I need to keep the live stream going for that?
No,
Yeah.
it's a plan.
No, I don't think you
No.
do.
No, it's like the way the nominating committee picks the
No.
chair. You wouldn't.
But I thought I just wanted to.
It's just an internal thing. It's not, we're not making any decisions.
Okay, that's what I thought.
We're making
I
a
just-
decision, but not the kind of.
We had
board
to
decision.
report who the chair was when it was the nominating committee previously.
Yeah, that's going to be done by email. It doesn't happen on a live stream.
Yeah, right.
No, when we had a nominating committee, the nominating committee picked their chair.
Right.
The
Yeah, that's what
board
we're
did
doing now.
not
That's
pick
what we're doing
their
now.
chair.
That doesn't, yes, right. It doesn't have to happen in public on the stream meeting. That's all we're saying.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
You
That
guys
was
are
the
gonna
only
do that
question,
now. We're
Michelle.
ending the stream. Everybody can go.